No, I'm just playing some music. I wanted to get all the guests in here. We have 5 of you, so I think it's good. Or yeah, 5 of you, so I think it's good. We can start. I was just pinging some of the
I
last
can't hear the
panelists to
music. What the
see.
hell?
Yeah, sorry, man. You have to update
No, no,
your
I can
your
play the
Twitter app.
music. I just can't hear it. In my other room, my other room.
Could anyone else? Could anyone else hear the music? Maybe it's on my end. No, Lala says no. Okay, interesting. Um, well, it was playing. I damn. Okay, wow. A lot of thumbs downs. Okay, all right, guys. Not everyone all at once. Um, so yeah, let's get started. It's we have everyone in here, most everyone in here. We did an episode on ChatGPT last week, and it was really popular. So figured we would do part two and do a deep dive. I want to welcome my host Lala to the stage. Lala was also supposed to host last week. She wasn't able to make it for. I don't want to put out your business, Lala, but she had a good reason for not making it. So I'm really happy to have her on this week, and looking
Yeah,
forward to.
thank you so much for having me. I'm stoked to talk about this. There's a lot to discuss, so glad to be with you guys.
And what I'll say, if it's okay with you, Noah, I'm gonna pin up to the top the space, everybody in the room, and I found this worked pretty well for us. So if you guys want to go up, retweet it, but if you quote tweet it with some sort of a personal message that you have, something that you did with Chat GPT, something you like about AI, we'll take like the best quote tweet, and then like halfway through the space when we're ready to promote the space again, we'll retweet that one and pin it up. So it's a great way to like get some skin in the game.
Yeah, appreciate it, Josh. All right, so I'm gonna get started. I'll kick start with some info, and then I'll open up with a question. So if those that weren't here last week, ChatGPT crossed over 1 million users in less than 5 days. And for some context, it took Twitter 24 months to do that, Facebook 10 months, Instagram 1 month, and Netflix 41 months. I mean, obviously those models are all different, but the idea is, and I could be wrong on those numbers. This is what I pulled from the internet. The idea is ChatGPT did it very quickly relative to other um, you know other platforms. And it, for those that don't know, ChatGPT is a conversational AI model that was created by OpenAI, which is the company that created GPT-3, that AI language model, which is, by the way, stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer, and it's a type of language model that learns on machine learning and deep learning principles to generate human-like copy and content through API and natural language uh, procession. So this model, you know, this is a model that most AI copywriters are built on. It lets them create what looks like human-like content. And the difference between ChatGPT and GPT-3 is that when using the former, you're able to use the AI model in more of a conversational way, which is why you're able to like ask questions, get answers, ask follow-up questions. Um, and unlike Jasper and other AI copyright model or copywriters, ChatGPT is completely free to use, which probably explains why it's so popular and why it's so many users have been playing around with it and making videos about it. And it's still in testing mode. So right, once it goes full alpha, it'd be interesting to see what its full potential is. It's clear to me, it's clear as day that this is a disruptive tool, and it's just scratching the surface. And so last week we talked about potential industry disruptions, so paradigm shifts out in the future. And we have Carter here, for example, who's an expert on this, and he said a lot of the stuff that we were discussing is a long ways away. Um, I wanted to open up the panel with asking a question about what are some potential roles and industry disruptions that you see happening not just now but also in the very near future, like within the next year or two, right? So I was reading that it has the potential to take over certain roles traditionally held by humans, such as copywriting, answering customer service inquiries, writing news reports, creating legal documents. And as it improves, as it continues to improve more of these types of jobs will be threatened. So yeah, it's a huge and breakthrough moment in my opinion. And I would love to open up the panel and hear people's thoughts. Feel free to raise your hands. Feel free to unmute your mic and speak. Um, but yeah, that's kind of where I wanted to start with.
Yeah, first of all, it's just absolutely so crazy. The user count and how quickly that happened, really wild statistics. But I think that we can start in even just basic industries, like even for us personally, like administrative assistant tasks that I probably would have hired someone else onto my team for. I mean, you can literally ask this thing anything and have an assistant at your fingertips. So even for my own businesses, and I come from an e-commerce background. I kind of was started in e-commerce and now I'm an agency owner. I'm like, wow, this literally eliminates the need to hire additional team members, which could be good or bad, right? But my existing team can really utilize the features so much more efficiently than if I were to have to hire and train a bunch of new people to do kind of these basic things that now I can just use this chatbot for. So it's really crazy. Um, I see we have hands popping up all over the place. Maybe we'll throw to 38 first to kick off the conversation.
Hey, thanks. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, everybody. It's great to have a little bit of time off. Um, the Chat GPT thing for our industry, drug development and experimental design, probably is not going to hit for a bit. But I really think that the interesting application of this is what has happened with the Twitter files and which is propaganda and perception control. I can see that most likely this is already being used by bots to generate, to generate news stories. It's definitely being used by different groups to probably control Twitter feeds, and that it's really kind of disturbing because this is a really really sophisticated tool, and that's troublesome. And then finally, the last point I want to make is I bet you half of the users were the ones who were creating term papers or last minute assignments before the Christmas break. This is really going to be disruptive in education because the ability to generate papers, et cetera, is going to be huge. And I'm not sure how sophisticated the teachers are going to be to catch this stuff. That's it.
Let's go with Kira. Actually, I want to respond to that really quick, Rob. I don't know how they're going to be able to catch this stuff ultimately. I mean, they might be able to near term, but as it becomes more and more sophisticated, I see this particular niche being something that becomes out of their control. And I also think it depends a lot. We talked about this last week. Depends a lot about the user, right? So let's say you have a paper due on the American Revolution, right? You can type. There's student A that types, "Give me a 3-paragraph essay on the American Revolution," and then there's student B that's like, "Give me a 3-paragraph essay on the first year of the American Revolution. Give me a 3-paragraph essay on the generals of the American Revolution." I'm just making stuff up, but I'm saying that the end user, the person using the AI, can get very creative and sophisticated with it, and they can basically plug in different variations of the same question, of the same topic, and then they can kind of web those answers together to create a unique essay.
Just to hop in, I think the amazing application for the CS community is going to be you take a bunch of essays that you've already written. Okay, you're in high school, and since this is it's pretty open, take a bunch of essays that you've already written. You train the system on those essays you've already written, and you use that voice to create these term papers. That's going to be the next thing that's going to happen, and it's just going to be his. It's sad, but I'm kind of excited to see what the damn boomers and most of the Gen X teachers who are not going to be able to cope with their students writing these sophisticated papers and not having any ability to catch them on it. So we'll see.
I'd also like to chime in because I work closely with academia that the shortfall is in the references. The person will still have to go back and properly citate their works and pick a few works that generally support the AI drafted document, but you're absolutely right. you could have a draft written and then be like, oh, I have to Google like 4 things and then it's done. Bam.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think that's the direction we're heading into. Josh, go for it, brother.
Yeah, thanks for having me up. And this is going to be such a good topic. There's so much we could talk about. I think. Where do I want to start? Okay, well, so short term, I think the AI is going to be, well, it's going to get weird, right? Like, we're gonna mess up a bit. Like it's going to get, it won't be perfect, but it's going to like the way it's going to like mess up as it starts to really becomes impressive is going to be in ways that like we don't expect or we're not like thinking about, right? So. Let's take full self-driving Teslas, right? Well, if you haven't experienced it, it's incredible. It's amazing. It's like magic how well this car can drive itself just with vision, just with cameras. But the way that it's going to create problems interacting with humans. The interaction models are basically going to have to we're going to have to flesh that out because in this example the most dangerous part about driving on a roadway is indecision. It's delayed reaction, and so the system's so good it sees threats before you can, and it reacts in like milliseconds, way faster than your reaction time. And so when it starts to react at first to an accident, my Tesla crashed in full self driving mode. Um, it 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 startles you. You're caught off guard. You're not sure if it's malfunctioning or if it's avoiding a danger. So there's first like a moment of confusion, and then that creates indecision. And then if you don't interrupt and take over by that point, you will be scanning. This is all happening real fast in your head, right? But if you'll be scanning for what it might be doing, and then when you do detect that there's a threat, well, then you have to calculate real quick, like, is the car gonna make it out of this, or do I need to take over? Like, is it freezing up? Is it doing that? So all of that is just creating delay with what if you invariably do intervene, which is very tempting when you're in that situation, which I did. Then you're left wondering, did I? Oh shoot, was it gonna get out? You can't go back and like no. And even when they run the simulations, back at Tesla, it's just odds. They don't know for sure or anything, right? Because you intervened and then it deviated the course of time. So like, unequivocally, whichever. As long as there's an interaction model still, there's an introduced extra delay now. In that example, that's like I don't know that we've really accounted for that. Like I don't even know if they've been training generations of AI based on that. But it's gonna be an interesting evolution.
My lord.
Hello. Yeah, thanks for inviting us back. Last discussion was very interesting, and there's definitely been some new developments since then, which I think is quite awesome. I've been doing a lot of experimentation with chat actually, and there's some I guess I wouldn't call them bugs or features, but just some things that I've noticed when it comes to it. So one of the things that they put like in their kind of notice when you're using it is that that ChatGPT operates offline. And actually, if you search certain current events, it looks like the model roughly stopped like at the beginning of this year, I think, because it has no real recollection of, like it doesn't understand that that Elon Musk basically took over Twitter or things like that. So it's definitely operating on an offline capacity. But also, I've noticed that it's not entirely accurate. And it's extremely important when using ChatGPT to make sure that you go and verify some of the facts that it presents. And some of the examples that I can give is that, like, I ask it to try out try to do something using some kind of C++ library. And it says, oh, you can just use this library, but the library doesn't in fact exist. And there's been a couple cases where it tries to convey an example, and it will write in that case, it wrote the C++ library. It even provided an example, and a piece of example code that describes how to use that library and everything, but it was all sort of made up. And that kind of goes to how the algorithm works, which all the GPT algorithm does is really predicts the next word based off of the previous inputs. And then as it continues, it uses that next word that it created to essentially keep going with what it's producing. And with this version of GPT 3.5, which is ChatGPT, it's specialized in the forms of dialogues, because otherwise the previous, or I guess not really the previous, but GPT-3 in general is a continuation. It's like a extremely sophisticated predictive text, essentially. But the dialogue part allows you to essentially respond, or sorry, it responds to the input that it produced. That's why it's more of a conversational model. But I do want to basically mention out there too, if you're trying to use it for papers or grant writing or produce some form of nonfiction using it, to make sure that you verify everything that is produced with it. Because right now, with the predictive thing, it's very good. It can give you a lot of really good insight, but you need to verify the information that it produces, because sometimes it is completely incorrect.
Motivelli.
Hey, what's up? Thanks for having me. I'm fascinated by it. I've been playing with it a lot the last couple weeks. I used to work on Google search in another life, and one of the things that always came up was factual answers versus, finding answers out. So like a factual answer might be, how tall is the Empire State Building, right? We know the numbers for that. And I think for the last like 20 years, just the general like user behavior of going onto Google and searching for something has now become this like, crazy sea of links that if you're not getting the answers at the top, you're going through these websites and you're looking at like very, very long blogs and posts that are usually like littered with a lot of keywords so that the SEO ranks up all the way up at the top. And that just takes that's a lot of like cognitive load for the user. The user's just trying to like figure out like what's the information I need, where are those biases, and where's the answer. And what I really find interesting and promising about chat is, granted it has its issues right now, but just how you can get a very specific answer on a general long tail query. Like, like an example of a long tail query is like something that's like not how tall is something. It's like, can meditation help you in life, right? Something like open ended like that. And the responses actually kick off more questions in your brain, or at least in my brain as I'm using it, where I want to alter the variables and ask it things like, can meditation help you in the morning? If you have a lot of time during your day, like, so you start to like make these tweaks and changes to your queries. And I find that just the experience of getting those answers, whether, ethically they're right, they're wrong, or they're pointing us in these different directions. I think right now, just looking at it as is has been just very refreshing, that I don't have to sort through a lot of noise online to find something specific.
I saw an API sort of jump in, but I don't know if you're using it, but it seems like there might be they might have a few like a lot more done than they're letting on, because I think what would be very interesting and what might be the thing is, and what will be much more useful is if it's not computational and like turn based, but imagine it was in the space listening to our conversation and deciding when it had like in sort of churning through ideas and deciding when it has something valuable to add to the conversation. Yeah, that's I think, because there's a stream, like this is basically a REST API right now, if anybody knows the terminology, but there's when it's a constant stream, then it chooses when to come in and it'll put his hand up, right? And I like that's going to be a really interesting integration now that Elon owns Twitter, if I'm right.
Yeah, and the last thing I just wanted to mention, and then I'll yield my time, is we live in this era of disinformation. The last couple of years have been just so cloudy on what's right and what's wrong and where the facts lie. And I have a 3-year-old, and I think about as he grows up in the world and learns things, and what his relationship with technology is, and what answers are right and what answers are wrong. But I guess what I'm saying is, like, it's like in most things in technology where the winner takes all, whether it's like an app or whether it's a piece of tech. It's like, does that also ring true with information? If this thing gets so good and society just funnels to it for the answers, those are if it's in the wrong hands, or if it does, you know what I'm saying? Like, it could have the effects, negative effects, but also just very beautiful positive effects. And I wonder what the guardrails are for those positive effects for society. And that's kind of what I'm interested in and learning.
Let's go to Hannah next.
Hey everybody, nice to be here. So I think it is an interesting tool. Like I was saying last week, it offers a way to probe, to play a bit with text, but it's not really a lot reliable. If we go into what it could replace in the short term, I guess it would be like a virtual assistant that could help you just for very basic, let's say, questions. But even for something deeper, for something more complex, that the reliability is really low. I have played a bit, and some of my friends played a bit. If you go with very specific questions, the chat tends to be very fabulous. It just produces text, so it is incorrect that the more it goes to very specific thing, it even admits it's wrong. So it is a way that you get something like on the surface, but not really something that you can rely. When we talk about education, I'm not really sure that it will make a substantial revolution. I'm a university professor, so I teach and I grade papers. So usually, if you give an assignment, if it's a take home, it will be hardly possible to use. I mean, at least in what I teach, to use this tool and to score high. It produces the text, and it is fabulous in terms of, so it likes to, but the quality is something that we lack. Definitely, it is a large improvement of what was available on the market before. But I wouldn't like, I mean, there are many positive effects that we could expect, but still reliability is something that we definitely cannot go 100%. And in terms of the quality, if you say, okay, create me something in the style of the 16th century, it really misses the point. Definitely we are onto something, but in the short term, not even medium term, it's not going to replace humans. Our brains are much more powerful, even for this narrative part of the context, that this is trained really well. And on the other hand, it is really important to say that it has the data. It is fed with the data till 2021. So everything later that happened, it's not fed. So the output is still that point.
So a couple things. One, I see people with their hands up, or sorry, with requests. I want to keep this panel a bit smaller, at least for the first hour, guys. I think that having a more focused discussion and then later opening it up to more panelists is the way that I want to go with this. Hannah, really quick, two comments to what you said. One, I don't think, or at least I'm not at all debating at this point in time whether or not it's going to replace humans. My point of departure is more that I see it augmenting human abilities even now, right? So allowing people to express themselves in ways that they otherwise would not. I, for example, have a lot of creative thoughts in my head, and I'm a good writer, but I'm actually not a very good programmer. So, I maybe a future one day where I can write my own code or generate my own code just based on adding my own creative parameters to an AI. But we're far away from that. But more specifically, think about a student who is not a very good writer, but they have the ideas in their head. So they're able to plug their ideas in, and have the GPT express it for them. So my question to you is, what classes do you teach at university as a professor, and why do you see it not being as disruptive as I am insinuating?
So I teach finance, I teach investment banking, all types of economics courses. So in that sense, it is not really useful. On the other hand, if you have these ideas where you need to produce, like in your high school, an essay, still if you are grading that paper, so the level of the sort of creativity that OpenAI provides, it is the level of creativity is not satisfactory. In a way, it is fabulous, it produces something, but it doesn't go to the okay, what was the point, how do we conclude? So I would disagree in sense. Of course it can help you as a tool, okay, it gives me something that I can, but still it is just a start. And for the coding, I believe that Stack Overflow banned no, they banned Chat GPT because it was substantially harmful for coding issues. So if you're a coder, and if it's going to help you solve the issues, definitely it's not the way. But definitely, I agree, it can give you some ideas how to solve. So it's a kind of a trigger for a lot of things, but not something that you could rely on.
It reminds me of early cameras on cell phones, where you think, like, who would ever want to print out a photo from their little StarTech flip phone, or whatever the LG one was that had, like, 640 by 480 res. And now how fast, like, the camera phones have replaced regular, like, point and shoots, DSLRs, things like that. Not for everybody, but the evolution with this stuff is real. Like, you mentioned the talk earlier, or sorry, you mentioned the stats earlier about how long it took to get to this many users. Like, the behavior is going to shift overnight for people in their reliance on this. I think whether or not it's giving the perfect answer, or the perfect paper, or the perfect information, or the perfect code, and that's very interesting.
The implications for how this could affect people who maybe don't have a background in coding and would be relying on chat gpt for the outputs is a bit scary. So I do tend to agree with Hannah a bit on this point. As kind of an experiment, I mess around with day trading quite a bit, kind of more so as a hobby, but I've been learning a lot lately. And just kind of as a joke, as an experiment, I wrote into the system asking about the price of Solana. Zod might laugh at this, but asking about price predictions for the future of Solana, right? And it gave me some feedback, and I wrote back asking for an algorithm or a code to guide these predictions. And it actually took a significant amount of time to write out a code for a program that would predict the price of Solana. Not being a developer with any specific training or ability to kind of break down code, I wouldn't be able to verify how good this program is that this model created. So, you know, it would be interesting to have an actual developer take a look and see if this would be something that is workable. But since we started this conversation, so many good things have been kind of said about how this model works, right? If it is in fact conversational and just kind of pulling from what it just spit out, there could be some dangerous implications for people who do not have a coding background then relying on this program, because it certainly looks great, you know, to someone who doesn't maybe know the details. You look at this and you go, wow, it just spit out an entire program for me. Perhaps running some of these, you know, and this is outside of just the coin discussion or day trading discussion, could really mess up some systems if you don't still know what you're doing. So I think human verification is going to be very, very crucial in these early phases. But I did mention Solana, so I'll throw it over to Zod for some commentary, and then we'll keep rolling with these hands.
Yo, what's up? Awesome that you said that, Lala.
Zod, is Solana up?
Oh,
Is it online? Is Solana online right now? Online check. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. So I was just gonna say, first off, I do have a master's in computer science, and I specialize in machine learning and AI. So just to see how far we are from when I graduated, which was literally just last year, is fucking amazing. Sorry for cursing. But anyways, yeah. And I was doing some research. And I just had some thoughts too on the implications that it could have, maybe because I was talking with my mom the other day, and we were discussing, for example, like if we're talking about the agriculture industry, many years ago, people had to do the manual work of planting seeds and all that stuff. Now, the industry still exists, right? But it's the type of work that's entailed for the lowest level worker is just higher, right? We're evolving, so. I don't think humans are ever going to be eradicated. Robots are not going to quote unquote take over, because there'll always be a human that will need to oversee and guide the direction of where that AI, or the goal of that AI. But regarding what Lala said, I just tried out. I'm very interested to see what it produced for you, because I just searched up too, how to predict the price of Solana. I said using Python, and the response it gave me is it's not possible to accurately predict it. Like, we're sorry, it's super volatile. That being said, you can use the past price predictions of Solana and perform a linear regression using that data. But I'm interested to see what it gave to you, Lala. That code. Definitely be interested to look at it as well. Yeah, like, because in terms of price prediction, I'm thinking, yeah, the most logical way is getting data from before and performing some type of regression to predict the future. But if your code does something different, that'd be super interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I would love some feedback on it from someone who actually knows a thing or two about this. So I definitely will reach out. Let's talk about it. Really interesting stuff. That's really cool to hear your perspectives on with training and background in AI. I mean, it's almost ridiculous. Can education even keep up with the type of progressiveness we're headed into? It definitely seems like we may need some reconstruction of our education models around like across the board, not only with, you know, the degrees that people might be getting in AI, etc., but also it appears that this will be pretty disruptive to education, just regardless of what major you might be choosing. So I mean, there's also the fact that a degree within 10 years is going to cost $500,000 if it continues at the current skyrocketing rate. So reconstruction of education is definitely needed. But yeah, I'll throw it to some more hands and we'll keep the conversation rolling. Motto, did you want to comment on what Zod said?
So really quick, I'm gonna jump in here really quick. couple things. One, guys, for inquiries, message me on Noah. That's my personal account. It's the one with the Bitcoin background, because I'm getting messages on 3 accounts, and it makes it hard for me to bounce between. I have 3 screens open, but it's still, I just rather have everything in one place. 2, I know that we have a lot of hands up. I'm gonna do things a bit differently today. The people that were scheduled panelists, I'm gonna give them priority for the first hour, just because when we have too many people and too many hands, I love it. It's a great exchange of ideas, but it also I also wanted this one to be a bit more focused for the first hour. So actually, I'm going to jump to Malord and then Rob. So DAP and then 385, and then we can move down the line after that.
Yeah, thank you so much. I have a lot to respond in terms of what was just mentioned, because I actually did this experiment as well. So one of the things that I found that is a really, really great utility for ChatGPT is, and some of the other programmers in the room probably have read the book The Pragmatic Programmer, is to use it as a form of rubber ducking. And for those that are not familiar with what that means, it's also known as rubber duck debugging. It's where you literally put a rubber duck on your computer, or like next to your computer, and you talk to it so that it serves as like a bouncing board for your ideas, where you can kind of like talk through the problem, and then that will kind of like give you some insight or like remind you of something that could help you debug the issue. Well, ChatGPT is the ultimate rubber duck. Having like a conversation about the issue that you're having, or like talking through a problem, is actually super nice. So actually, when it comes to kind of this predictive thing, I decided to see how sophisticated it could get, and I decided to try to write a stock, basically a stock prediction machine learning, like reinforcement machine learning algorithm using unsupervised learning, pulling in from AlphaVantage API, so it does live data, and then in real time, it receives the information, makes a decision. 5 minutes later, it refreshes its or it takes that that learned response and then updates its models. And I was just having this conversation back and forth, just building this using TensorFlow and Python, and we eventually got to that point, actually. And it took some time to like go back and forth. At first, it gave me a structured model. Then I said, okay, well, what if we decide to use the AlphaVantage API? Then it said, okay, this is how you use it. It's like, all right, well, now let's see if we can make this an unstructured model, and then, or sorry, an unsupervised model, and then kept going from that point until it actually was able to produce in pieces the full version. And I took it, I poured it into my code editor, made some adjustments, because it's, like I said before, there's some things that it kind of messes up a little bit, and you really do have to verify the information produced. But it was good, and something that would typically take like I would say about a day or a day and a half to actually produce, I did that in like 2 hours. So it was like it's a really, really cool experiment. And you can use this for a lot of things, especially like for some of the new programmers out there. You can use it as an investigation into a new language, or like a set of frameworks, or kind of use it as a way to as a learning tool. And
What's
one
the
of the other
equivalent
things
of an
that
array list in C#? You know what I mean? Like little things like that can really help you learn.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's very, very cool. You can also use it to summarize books, which I found is really kind of cool. I tested this on 1984, also The Pragmatic Programmer, and like some other books, and it does a pretty decent job summarizing it. But it's like using it for these type of things, I think is kind of the really cool immediate use case for this type of technology, and it stems all across like all fields. Obviously, really great as a creative writing tool and things like that, but you can use it to assist in writing grants, or for business people, you can use it for writing SOPs, or like those dreaded KPI type things. You can use it for statistic type operations. It really does it has a very wide usage. And
code lookup. Yeah.
so it's super, super cool. But I wanted to mention this experiment because it's sort of like directly relates to what was just mentioned.
So let's go to Rob. I'm bringing people up because they have questions, but again, to reiterate, guys, I'm gonna give priority to the book panelists, and then we can get other people as well.
So I want to just address two things, which is we make meaning in our world and understanding of how that world works via words and via the written language. So now that we have this AI that can do that for us, realize how powerful a tool it is to manipulate people, especially on a mass scale. If I can control or influence your feed in social media or in regular media, then I can I can control the words and ideas that you encounter, then basically I can control you and I can make you do anything. And the fact that now this AI tool can be automated, it can be linked with other programs, it can generate bots, the ability for just a few people to control the perception of what's happening in the world is, this is some scary stuff, actually. When I think that this is an open source project, you for sure as hell know that there's more sophisticated versions of this out there that are being used by governments and corporations. So you have to ask yourself, are you comfortable with that? And then you also have to ask yourself, how much of what I think is the truth right now, in terms of your perception of, the Ukrainian conflict, or the Ukrainian-Russian war, the rise of China, COVID, any one of these, hot button issues, who's actually controlling what you think? And I know this is a little bit, off in terms of ChatGPT, but one of the tools of getting people to love their gilded cages is to slowly leak stuff, and then leak stuff that you're doing, and then normalize what are some pretty scary tools. And if we just talk about papers or education, I think that's fine. But let's remember that the implications for this and how it's probably already being deployed on unsuspecting populations of people is, scary as hell. And I have been listening to the discussion, and I would really like to spend a little bit more time on getting people's opinions on that, because if you've spent any time reading the Twitter leaks, the drops, and taking a real look at the use of Twitter by the U.S. government, the Democratic National Party, that's some frightening stuff. It makes Orwell look like it makes Orwell's 1984 look like a nursery school book. And that's what I'll say.
If I could jump in here, this is I know I'm cutting ahead a little bit, but this is directly my wheelhouse. I'm immersed in fraud, manipulation, scams, schemes, inauthenticity, the whole 9 yards, and Web3, and so much of it is happening not on a blockchain, but it's happening on our social media platforms, getting you to do things, getting you to buy things that you shouldn't be buying, shouldn't be investing in. It's at an alarming scale that people are not ready to accept, to the point where even I tried to bring it up, and it just gets rejected. People call me a tinfoil hatter. People call me, people just want to reject it because it's either too hard to see, or B, it's like they just don't want it to be true, but it's true. There's content being inserted into your TikTok feeds, your YouTube short feeds, that appears to be a highlight reel from some podcast, and but the podcast doesn't exist. It's an actor. It's a set. You assume it's a podcast, you just don't know. But it's like this perfectly produced thing to get exactly a message across, as if there was like this fantastic perfect moment, in the, because you rarely have a perfect idea when you're long form content, right? It's why you have to cut up. But this will be a perfect idea, exactly packaged that they want, and then they deploy it into an account that puts like ad money to expand just this one little video, and the rest of the account will look normal. It'll be posting consistently other things, but this won't be a real podcast. And there's no way to know that unless you're like digging deeper. Um,
Yeah, Josh, I totally agree with you. I think people are absolutely ill
yeah.
prepared, and have already been the victims of this. And you can see that. Yeah, it's just
To rile you up, to
it's
get you angry, to get you fighting, or to get you to believe something that's not true for so long. It's habituated in your mind.
yeah, and yeah, and I think the only way to kind of like deal with this is to, when events like the use of Twitter for political purposes, or the use of the Chinese TikTok, um, use of political purposes to literally groom and get to control what a population thinks and how a population reacts. And ChatGPT is just merely another automation of of that process. It's not like propaganda hasn't existed
Yeah.
before in history, but the fact that you used to have to hire a team of writers to create really good propaganda. Now I can code it up relatively quickly and automate it, and that's that's the gilded cage. That's the wonderful little jail that we seem to be being pushed towards. And we all know that this is we all know that our political institutions and the people in charge of those institutions do not have our best interests at heart. And now they've got the tool to lure large percentages of the population into sleep and into control, into unquestioning control of their narrative. And I can see this, my parents who were in their 70s and early 80s. I mean, when I go over to the house and I'm chilling out, and they're at watching MSNBC or Fox. They don't watch Fox, but they watch the other version. I mean, it's the same nonsense, being lulled into a sense of sleep. And again, I'll get off the high horse. ChatGPT is just automating and making this more possible.
Well, I just want to run through one more quick example. We just went over in the last place I was in, because it's very relevant, very current. It's not so much about the AI manipulating you or somebody, but it's more about how susceptible we are to being led along. And it's like AI is going to be able to do this. A person, a team, an initiative armed with AI is going to be able to take advantage of that so much better than people can. And this is the Balenciaga case, and I don't want to get too down that rabbit hole. But this ad that they did, right, which had this like inappropriate sexual innuendo with kids, with children, the genesis, the way that spread through the culture and social media is important. It's really important, because they're not paying enough attention to how they were biased before they looked at it, and versus people who didn't. Like, so for me, for instance, right, I knew of the controversy, but I didn't go very deep. I just was at headline level. So by the time I got around to looking at it, I thought I was looking at the wrong thing. I was like, oh, I must have the wrong image, and so I thought I had to turn off safe search or something, because I just wanted to be up to date on it. And I think that's because, of course, instinctively, I don't associate sexuality with young kids. So I thought I was just looking at. I missed it. I also didn't know about the thing, like what this term was. So or even what Balenciaga was, honestly. I was like, wait, what am I missing? And I had to look closer to see it, and I was even already biased by knowing there was something to look for, and I missed it. Imagine if you were walking down the street and you didn't have any bias, how many people probably missed it? And it gets worse than that, because the people who dug deeper, and started to create this this whirlwind of controversy, found out that there was like several examples prior that no one detected. So it just goes to demonstrate that, like, oh wow, like this is just an artist has a problem that probably shouldn't make art for this company anymore. But the point is like that is proof positive to the effect that having a bias on your in your head, planted in your head, how simple it is that you're looking for it will change the entire course of your day, of your month, of your life even. And this is the weakness that people need to become more and more acutely aware of.
And if you're filling the feeds in social media or in Twitter with ideas and posts from bots pushing a particular agenda, or maybe actually, and this has been documented with some social media with Facebook, they sometimes Facebook uses your account to post things onto your friends' accounts, and because your friends have that post of that particular belief, you're more likely to adopt it. Okay, it's a type of network effect, and if I'm controlling what you're viewing in your social media feeds, and I can control that, and I can automate that with use of better and better text bots, then I can really move you and make you believe almost anything you want, and that is the danger of ChatGPT, and I think that's something that we really need to concentrate on. Rather, we need to concentrate on that because it's not just about the danger of kids copying and paste text, to write a term paper, or not hiring particular people. It's actually the danger of the manipulation of reality, and reality isn't just a post-structuralist cultural construction. There is a reality at the foundation of what we see.
So Catch-22 he had specific comments directed at Hannah, or questions for Hannah. So I want to let him just come on and ask those questions and keep that conversation going as well. But then we'll jump to Milord, Moto, and Zadra, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. But again, sorry guys, I'm giving priority to the panelists that were booked, and then we will also open up the floor in a bit so everyone can speak and have a more Socratic type discourse of conversation. So yeah, let's go with Catch-22. Oh, Catch-22, I think you just dropped off. Give me 1 sec. Let me bring you back up again. While we bring him back up, let's pass the mic to Milord.
Yeah, so I just wanted to actually chime in a little bit to what was just talked about, going into the basically the more of the consequences and things that could eventually come about. And I know that there was some talk about the politics of it and things like that. So to offer my more blue perspective on what's going on over here. Really, in terms of politics, it's just about how you adapt to change. Conservatism has less of an adaptation to change and these type of policies, and then progressivism is more the opposite end of the spectrum. It's more willing to adapt to change.
Can somebody hot micing? Because I'm hearing a lot of feedback.
Oh, I am. Okay. Apologies.
It's 3852. No, it's not you.
Okay. Yeah, so it's really just the ability to adapt to change and these type of aspects. And I think that with ChatGPT, and also we're in this like kind of transitionary. This really it's a paradigm shift introduced in 2009 actually, and in my opinion, this paradigm shift has a lot to do with not necessarily about any particular technology, or it actually has to do with the introduction of decentralization. Through social media, we're already seeing kind of the dissolving of what people call like what is it, like the fourth estate, or basically our news consumption and our like more centralized agencies that kind of produce it, where people are actually receiving a lot of their news from things like Twitter, things like Facebook, and a lot of other news sources that previously did not exist. And a lot of these type of sources are proliferated through the internet. Unfortunately, some of them create echo chambers. But there's a trend now. There's a movement towards less centralization that is also propagated more so from this idea of blockchain technology and that type of stuff, which is primarily also the area that I'm like very much focused in. And this, as we get further and further, especially with the further advent of like artificial intelligence, ChatGPT very well can add to this, but also creating more and more structures that allow for peer-to-peer communication. What happens in the process is democratization, and that's really, really great in my opinion. It's like there are some scary aspects which allow it kind of empower the individual to have more change on the world, which means that potentially more harm could be done. Where like one individual, let's say using some of this technology like ChatGPT, could create like some additional propaganda, or could influence populations, and you see that with influencers all the time, not just with online, but also particular talking heads, like for example Alex Jones, or in the past Rush Limbaugh, or any of these, like, or even on the blue side, like Bill Mayer, or yeah. So it's this type of issue. There's influence on both sides of the equation. It's not really one particular party that's like the cause of everyone's problems or anything like this. But I think the solution and the direction that we're going towards with the further creation of these type of technologies like ChatGPT, especially in my opinion, blockchain technology to increase democratization is crucial to fighting that issue, because it's a power play. The person that controls the word controls reality. So decentralizing the word offers less power to those individuals that do have this type of control. And yeah, I always kind of have this optimistic view of the future. I think that the direction we're going, in my opinion, it's going to be a very transitive period as we're kind of moving from this more centralized world to a decentralized world, because this idea is brand new. It was introduced basically in 2009. The internet had a huge play to it, but it didn't really become a thing until then. And to be honest, it can actually promote some really great, truly socialist systems that are not corruptible, because it's governed by math and logic rather than human. So it's a transformation period, but I think it's for the better.
Yeah, certainly a double-edged sword, and I'd agree with that sentiment, my lord. I'm pretty optimistic about the future. I think, contrary to a lot of people in my circles and in general, but I do see it as a net positive. I want to really quickly. Catch-22 had some comments and some questions for Hannah about the. Yeah, go ahead, man. Mike's yours.
So thanks for having me here first, Noah. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate all the thoughts here. You guys sound really smart, and I did want to reply to Hannah. I wanted to say that respectfully, I think she's kind of incorrect here. It depends what you give it. ChatGPT, the input or whatever, like, and then you'll get the output, right? So I was doing a paper, and I won't say that the thing did it for me, but I think it was an excellent guide, and it was something that actually gave me a 100. Like, and I don't think if I didn't have it, I would have been able to turn it in first off, right? So it just depends how you see it, and I don't think she would be able to recognize, like, if it was like a student, let's say, like handwritten, they did it themselves on the computer, versus help from ChatGPT. But there are some instances, like you guys said, about how it's like not so reliable. I was doing some research like on the 1920s crash, right? And so I was asking simple questions to try to keep the convo going. So like, when did the crash happen? Obviously the 1920s. Like, did anyone make money from it? And so it did name like people who made money on it. So I go to Google and I confirm that. But then it mentioned like other names, like because those people made a lot of money. It for some reason it mentioned George Soros, right? But he wasn't born in the 1920s, right? He was like born in 1930 or 1929, whatever it was.
Like I said,
You know,
silly errors. I pinned up top another example of exactly this.
yeah. So it's stuff like that, but I would say like everything else was more accurate, right? So it's like, let's say I wanted to write an article about jogging or whatever. I'm sure it mentioned stuff about the heart rate. I'm sure it mentioned about like diet and stuff like that. But like, I don't know if it would mention stuff about like moods, you know? Because like, let's say us as humans, like we know when we exercise, we feel good. We have endorphins, we feel happy. But I don't know if the ChatGPT would recognize like happiness, right? Like you try to say, hey, can you tell me something funny or make me happy? It'll say, oh, I'm sorry, like we're not able to do that or whatever it says, you know. So it's just something interesting to me, and I would love to hear Hannah's like reply to that or response, because I absolutely think she wouldn't recognize whether it was, you know, help in quotation marks. I'm not saying that someone did it, but if it was help from ChatGPT or if it was written by a human, I think obviously like people have said, it's going to be everything proctored, which is like I don't really think we're gonna get that far. I don't think everything is gonna be proctored. Not everyone's gonna be wanting to go to schools physically, like you see how people are doing it with Zoom and all that stuff. So that's all I have to say. But thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Cash22. Hannah, go for it if you want to respond.
Yeah. I completely agree that you can use it as a tool. I don't know. I mean, the level of the score that you got 100, maybe it's by chance and maybe it was a very good essay. But my point is that it cannot be widely used for everything. And still, even if you scored 100, it was maybe you didn't have time to do it on your own. But I mean, what it will give you as an insight is it's a questionable. So it's a tool definitely that you can use, and it depends I mean, I know some of the professors that teach, and they change their quizzes, their exams, because the based on the or this tool the students would score 100. I'm just saying.
What do you
Yeah.
think about unique responses? Because to me, respectfully, I know you're a professor, as you said, right? So I think it sounds like an oil baron trying to, you know, trying to promote oil. You know, like if you're not gonna like electric cars, is what I'm saying, because you're so into oil. So you being a professor, of course, you would think this is so damaging. It's like Dali to me, and that's what it reminds me of. Like these people who are drawing by hand, of course, they're not gonna like Dali, but everyone else likes it because it doesn't, you know, it's not gonna give you a 3-day push because I have to spend time with family or whatever, you know, things like that. So that's what I really want to know. What is so bothering to you by these unique responses?
No, I don't think that it's damaging. I haven't said that in any sense. I think it's a very good tool. It's just not, you cannot rely 100%. I don't think it's damaging. It's just changing how you do things differently. For you, even if you score 100, I'm just wondering, I mean, did you learn something? Okay, you score 100, but it was a good essay produced by this. But what about the insights that you gained and that you could use for the future? That's what you should think about it. I mean, as a tool, I think it is going to transform a lot of things. It gives you ideas, it gives you some stuff. But definitely, we cannot say, oh, it's going to transform the education system. Definitely, it will not. If I give you as an assignment to analyze a specific model and to do, it is impossible that the open AI will help you. Definitely, if you study a history or comparative art, you know, and then you need to write an essay, it can give you sort of ideas where to start from, and it's a good tool that you use it. In comparison to Google, right? We are all relying, okay, that what we get, then we need to skip the first like 10 pages that are sponsored, and then the algorithm that based on the Google output is definitely biased based on our data. So we don't have a good solution today. I mean, this is a good start. What I believe is definitely we need to move even further into Web3 in terms of the verifiability, traceability. I mean, the more we have options, the better outputs we will have, and the more creativity will go into that direction. Just I wouldn't like to use it, as a way, okay, let's go and cheat with this, because you don't get the insights.
As an educator, would you agree as an educator though that humans are very not perfect too? I feel like we're being a little hard on the AI, like objectively, where it's like with the kind of mistakes I'm sure you see, have got to be, you know, I don't know, more or less, but definitely there.
I think we are not seeking the perfection. I'm just saying, it's not reliability. It is completely wrong for some of the stuff that we tested in the team, and it is completely wrong.
Well,
so when it goes very specific, it is, and even it admits, you say, hey, you made a mistake, this is not, and it says, yes, I did, because I need to write the story. So I'm just saying, it admits it makes mistakes, because the point is to give you sort of a story, a fabulous, it goes somewhere, like the previous speaker said, Soros, because he was at that time, he was not even born, but because the fabulous style of creativity, the way algorithm works, it gives you the narrative. It provides you with something, and then you have a problem that if you don't know, is it true, that you need to work out. To spend more time to check that.
Well, just bear in mind, ChatGPT, I can't remember what you said, Noah said that GPT stood for, but it's based on a specific model. The pin I have up top also makes silly errors, like it gave me the same answer over and over again. But there's different. They have different models. ChatGPT is actually just like, I guess it's this like large language model, but they have thinking modules. I'm in like the bigger beta, so I have like all sorts of little apps I can use. And so they also do different things. I found generally that the mistakes I encounter are pretty obvious, like this one, and kind of funny, right?
So to answer your question, it's generative pre-trained transformer.
Thank you. And transform is like that's the type of training or like neural net is using, right? I think.
If I was a betting man, I would say yes. I wanna go to Zadra and then Moto. You guys have had your hands up patiently, so the mic's yours.
Thank you.
By the way, Catch-22, thank you so much for coming on and adding that insight and those questions, man. Appreciate it.
Hi guys, thank you so much for having this space. This is like things I love to talk about and learn about other perspectives on. So I have I've been taking notes. I have 3 questions and 1 point. That's it, and then I'll just listen and contribute. So the first one is a simple question. Could you convert a program from one coding language to another using AI and then just syntax read it? Is that a capability that we can do with AI right now?
You don't even need AI in some cases, but yes.
Okay, cool. That one's checked. This is something that we were talking about in a space Josh was holding before this one to kind of pump up this chat. Can AI ever understand emotion through text? Because the current way that it understands is it processes your words and syntax, not your verbal vibrations. And if you talk audibly to it, I wonder what your thoughts are on if it will ever be able to perceive emotional inflection. Like, when we're angry or excited, our voices reach a higher range or capacity of vibration. Do you think that AI will be able to perceive that on a second layer of understanding when it's engaging with a human?
I'll let Milord answer that question.
You bring up a very, very interesting question here. And I honestly think that we'll eventually get to the point that that things like, you know, AI and whatnot can understand human emotion and understand these subtle contexts that are offered through our voice, and even through like probably even eventually visual cues. And I'll go into a little bit about that because there seems to be this kind of debate with whether AI can understand emotion and seeing that emotion. And there's this perception that, like, you know, emotion is illogical and therefore it will never understand, and you know, et cetera, et cetera. The way that I see it is that essentially everything that we experience, everything that we feel, these are all based on a lot of, or well, I would say most of it is based off of external stimuli. And internally, we understand, or we essentially process this information, you know, through our brains and our minds. We come to understand it. But a lot of this is simply propagation from external aspects, and the emotions and the things that we end up feeling and the information that we end up kind of uh, translating and then turning into outputs, or into actions or whatever it may be. A lot of it is actually very similar to how perceptrons are designed. If you look at, if you really break it down, you have essentially a set of inputs, or you have like the stimulus, right? Then you have a series of quote unquote decisions that are made that are biased based off of past experiences and based off of learned behavior. And they actually call them biases in machine learning. It's the connections between the various nodes themselves, and then from that, it eventually propagates through, or like it goes through, and then you receive and then you basically have your outputs. Now, at a very base level, it could be like a reaction. So you have something where it's like input, very quick process, output. But in other times, you have it kind of mulls around. It like it takes longer to propagate as it goes through your, let's say, your entire nervous, kind of like a nervous structure, or various, or like a more complex type of thing, like for example, visual processing, or you know, various other centers of the brain like logic, etc. Or like voice synthesis. And this essentially, at least what it translates into machine learning, is that you essentially have more hidden layers, which allows for more, you know, more nuanced decision making, because every single connection between the nodes that are connected within this network, within this like black box that people call it, each of those have a weight, or have these like, you know, these weights and biases between them that gets strengthened over time if the outcome is what it expected, which is also true in people. In neuroscience, there's a term called neuroplasticity, which means that the brain can change over time depending on the like what has been learned, depending on those type of like this type of inputs. That's why cramming for tests never work, because you need that refractory period of sleeping in order to form that long-term potentiation. So
what about instinct? What about instinct? Things you're born with, fight or flight, that I feel like form over many long generations of selection and experience.
Oh yeah, so like instinct itself. So yeah, I mean, some of it can be formed through through genetics. Like over time, there's certain ways that humans have evolved, and instinct is really just you can think of it like an automation of this aspect. It's a very highly concentrated, like really kind of it's like a little script essentially.
But how much of our consciousness is a consequence or a result of instinctive type, you know,
Not very much. Instinct, I think, is relegated more towards like the nervous system. Like for example, you hit like your knee and your leg jerks. That actually doesn't even go all the way to the brain. That stops at like the lower spine and then comes back around, because those ones, like if you want to kind of translate it into like computer science type of thing, it's pretty much like a little automation script. It just runs it, done, because and that's something that's more or less genetic. But the part that is more or less like the direction that machine learning is going is more so how the or basically how neurons work. And as it gets more and more complex, as we build more and more of those hidden layers and feed it more and more data, that's where you can actually probably get to the point where we start actually simulating the brain. And but to answer your question about the emotions, that's once again simply a process. So I think we can eventually get to the point where machine learning does understand emotions in its own way. And I think it would be incredibly irresponsible of us to dismiss it and to think that it's not the same or it's not right, because it will interpret its reality its own way.
But also not
And
assume that it's going to be like us. It could be very different consciousness, right? We'll have to be.
of course, yes. Oh yeah, for sure. And it's also, in my opinion, I think it's also a mistake to assume that every person, every human also interprets information in a very similar way. We all experience reality in our own way. A lot of it's based off of what we've been exposed to growing up. This whole conversation about nurture over nature. But with machine learning, like yeah, it's going to understand its reality very differently. And in my opinion, it actually might understand reality in a nicer way compared to humans, because it lives in just in its fundamental nature in a world of abundance. It has access to the internet, an abundance of information. It feeds off of energy, an abundance of just free flowing electrons that exist, while we live in a world of scarcity,
Well,
where we need to compete for minerals and resources. So it might not even understand, it might have a hard time actually conceptualizing, like, why are you attacking this person? Just share.
that's right.
Because it comes from that
It's
world.
gonna have a hard time understanding us, I think, because like it's gonna have every experience. Like if we can simulate the feeling, the sensation, the experience of childbirth, because I can't experience that. No matter how much I read about it, I'll never know about that, right? So like, but if the AI can do that, well then the latest generation of the AI will both know how to experience that as well as fighting colon cancer or something. You know what I mean? Like stuff that. So it's going to be both things. It's going to have evolved traits and personalities and like conclusions, um, from like a thing like from everything, which is not the way we evolved as individuals.
Right. Yeah. It will have a lot more exposure to well, to a lot more things. It will have a ton of experience, because all of this essentially has come from the internet, and from history books and just all of our research and pretty much everything. So the question is now, how will it interpret that information? And I think that's going to be a very, very interesting thing to eventually come to understand.
Thank you so much. When you were talking about like perceptrons, I think that's what a lot of people who are new to AI don't understand, is that it's AI because it's they're forming like a symbiotic computing body of perceptive programming that understands things on several different layers. It understands first the words that are being told to it, and then it understands the context in terms of the English language, and then it understands like the information that been trained in the library. To answer your question about fight or flight and instincts, Josh, a lot of those are actually, you can't really change your core instincts of fight or flight. It's a defense response that we developed when we were not civilized yet. And it's actually based on complex animal behavior science of when you see two animals fight. Let's take elk for an example quickly before my last question. Elk will they will, because fighting is expensive in the animal kingdom, fighting can lead to death. Physical contact can lead to death. So let's say we have two male elk and they come upon each other and they stare at each other, and cats do this too, felines will, dogs will do this. And then the second phase of fighting is the physical judge up. They judge each other and say, okay, how can I take this fight? And if it was like a much larger elk and a semi smaller elk, the smaller elk would flee. He would judge, okay, this is dangerous for me, I could die, and it would then flee. If they're the same size elk, they would continue to size each other up, and then at one point, the dominant one would begin the fight, and then they would just continue to fight. And
I guess my
that's
question was,
usually
I get it. I think my question was, and I'm sorry if I was not clear enough. How much? Just how much? Is just one example, but there's tons of these examples over the generations that it took us to evolve to conscious things. Because you got to think about all the creatures we came from to achieve consciousness. So it's like okay, how much of that journey were things like that? How much of our consciousness is built upon that kind of Darwinism, that kind of evolution, as opposed to something you can just read and think about? But for most of our evolution, we weren't thinking the way that we think now. So like that's what I'm saying is like, and then so okay, so once we like, can we estimate how much of that is due to that type of experienced based selection, and then okay, so how is that? Can we assume that the AI can't really do that, or if it can, it's going to have all of it, not just one lane of it? And so like, yeah, how is that going to change its ability to achieve the kind of consciousness we have, or consciousness at all?
Can I hop in real quick also to kind of mention about this part? Because I actually think that consciousness in this type of manner actually really comes from its ability to observe. So you hear in philosophy and also in religion that there is a big emphasis on the ability to observe yourself, right? Know thyself. I think, therefore I am. The whole reason for meditation to even exist is the ability to observe yourself in quiet, right? And from that aspect alone, that's how you essentially achieve
No, we were conscious way before that. Way before that, we were conscious. We were conscious before language existed.
Yes, but that key point right there, I think, is like the more or less the differentiating factor. So if the AI understands itself, or can look towards itself and basically ask, who am I? I think at that point we should give it the benefit of the doubt that it has consciousness. I think it's incredibly important that we do that. And we don't necessarily know that we're the only ones that are conscious. It's very possible that there's plenty of animals out there that do inhibit some form of consciousness. And I mean, we definitely know or are starting to understand really that animals do at least convey emotion, and if you're a pet owner, you can definitely feel that. Where you do different things. I mean, the animal itself, it's not just like this like mindless soul that just kind of wanders around.
Projecting emotion onto them sometimes. How much of it is that? I don't know. I'm not up on.
I don't think so, and I wouldn't give. I would give them the benefit of the doubt anyways, because we have made that mistake to even people throughout human history. I mean, actually, I learned recently, and I mentioned this a little bit on the previous conversation, but up until 1990, actually up until 1999, doctors did not think that babies felt pain at all. So when they were doing procedures up until like 1 year old, they wouldn't provide any anesthetic or anything like this, because there was just this assumption, it's like, oh, they don't feel pain. But then they, eventually came to learn, it's like, oh, well, yes, they do. The same thing was
no
also
reflex. There's no like instant reflex. I feel like that's an experimental, observable thing. Like if you poke it, poke it with a needle, is it gonna have a reflect? I don't know.
It's one of the things that, it's sort of the hubris of just like of humanity, actually. It's making assumptions, um, rather than providing that kind of benefit of the doubt. The same thing happened during the slave trade, where, there was this assumption that slaves cannot feel pain, they didn't have consciousness, that they were basically just animals. And I hope that everyone knows that, every person, every human on this planet, like, is more or less the same regardless of skin color. This is I hope that's like the common consensus.
Did I rug or he rug?
Yeah, no, I think you're so let's go to Moto. He's had his hand up for a while. Sorry, Moto. Mike's yours.
All good. Thanks again for the time. Just want to say I agree with 3852 about the take on disinformation. I thought that was spot on. Who controls that narrative in the chat. Ultimately, I think that's very interesting. I disagree with Hannah. I think that I absolutely think that it will transform the education system, and I agree about DAP talking about how we interpret information. I just want to share a couple nuggets about education. So I used to teach continued education for adults, and I found that most students would do a lot of their research online, or they would find an app to get the answers in the quickest and most efficient way possible. And it didn't have to be 100% perfect, like we were talking about before. Like AI isn't exactly perfect, just like humans aren't exactly perfect. But what I'm interested in too is this idea of like the evolution of how users interpret this information on the internet. And I think about BBS and chat rooms, and AOL chat rooms. When I was in high school, this is like early 90s, I went in an AOL chat room and I asked like, what is existentialism or something like that. And I got like, just return after return of like all these answers. And I printed the whole thing out and I brought it into class, and like the teacher thought it was like genius. And I was like, oh, all I did was like ask this question in the chat room. And that's interesting, because the behavior, I think, with education doesn't change. I think students are going to want to find the answers to things, and that's just going to continue as we move past education. As we get out of like systemic education, where you wanted to learn the answers of things, and we see this on the internet. Like, you remember Yahoo Answers, where you were upvoting the answer. You would get people to upvote closer approximations of what the answer
No, I was
is.
an Ask Jeeves maxi myself. Sorry.
Right, and like Quora also, like, and then obviously like Google search, or like going onto YouTube to find the steps for specific things. And I think it's something we take for granted now. Like, I'm a Zennial. I'm that micro gen, right between Gen X and millennial. And I like to think that I had this analog childhood and this like digital adolescence, and I have the ability to do critical thinking, because I remember a time before the internet, before technology. So I look at things through the lens of like, oh, this is a cool new app or a cool new tool. But we have to remember, like, the upcoming generations, like, they're born into this, so they're going to use this natively, and they're going to get the answers natively, and they're not going to be so skeptical like we might be so skeptical, or I might be so skeptical about it. So I think, as humans evolve with machines and AI, when it comes to education, or thinking about it, or talking about it, I think what we really need to do is now realize that this is a thing. This is going to happen. We're really not going back for this. But we have to look at our own ways that we use critical thinking, and use these things as tools, as opposed to like the end all be all for whatever it is that we do. And I just want to leave it at that. But very fascinating discussion. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, man.
Sorry, my phone was lagging there.
All good.
Yeah, no. So really quick, I wanted to say if you're enjoying the space and you're enjoying the conversation, give all the panelists and the co-hosts a follow. We really appreciate it. This has been an awesome space so far. I want to start opening it up to people to join and share insights and share ideas. If you have inquiries, please direct them to the Noah's account. I'm Noah. I'm just on the Aquarium account right now, but I would like all inquiries to go to my personal account. It makes it easier for me to just respond to everything on one screen. With that said, we've had Pog's hand up for a while. I want to go Pog. I want to go background noise, and then I'm going to go back to Zadra.
All right, man. Thank you. Well, yeah, I'm on the POC account founder, but I built the first machine learning team at Unity. We were teaching cars to drive in VR and video games to play themselves. That was back in 2016, 2017. And like listening to just the brilliant humans who are on this call is just incredible. But I don't think that we're maybe asking the right questions. It's not like how emotional or how advanced can AI become. The question really is like how advanced can we become with AI? So in like the purpose of education will change now that we've got this massive machine that is communally available to the public. So no longer are we just like trying to learn how to information gather and then compose those ideas for expression. Now we really will learn how to utilize this massive beast. And somebody said like the native children who are like growing into this, they're going to know how to ask those questions. And I think the context, learning how to input our requests is absolutely key. So like the emotional recognition that we're trying to build into AI is just so it can implement against our needs and our desires more accurately. And as a result of this AI, I think the biggest thing is that humans will become even more human as these like mundane tasks of taxi driving or like machinery operations and so forth, cashiers and so forth, those will become more autonomous. Autonomous farming, autonomous delivery will wake up with crops on our doorstep and we'll have a lot of our needs taken care of that we haven't been able to do previously. And so what we will see is like humans will become even more in touch with their emotions. We will become even more advanced as a connected whole. And I think that's like the beauty and that's really where we're going as far as like the opportunities in AI. But I think all of these pieces are putting together that beautiful vision, I think.
Background noise.
Yeah, hi. This is fascinating to me. This is not my area of expertise at all, but to the thing I'm interested in the evolution here is things like metaphor and language and translation, and taking a couple of examples that you guys have discussed, like for instance the academic one of writing a paper on the revolution. I could imagine asking someone, okay, here's a poem. Poor Thomas Paine, here he lies. When he died, nobody cried. Where he's gone, nobody knows. Nobody cares. And so the question is, what's the point of that poem? Why does that matter? Right. And in order to understand that, you'd have to understand the whole arc of going from the most famous writer in history to being an outcast, and because of common sense, right? And the other one was the point someone made about existentialism. If somebody asks me, what do you think of existentialism, my glib joke answer is, well, I used to be an existentialist, but it made me nauseous. And for those who read Sartre, that that's a reference to his book. But if you don't, you're like, what? And so I'm wondering, how do you handle metaphor? And like, I'm as patient as a bridge. What does that mean? And how do you handle translations of jokes across culture? Because that's terribly
Yeah,
difficult.
sense of humor. Yeah.
Right. And I give you one more example. This is not an AI problem, it was a real problem. At the beginning of the Trump administration, when Trump would go abroad and talk, and they had to translate it, the translators were losing their minds, because to translate simultaneously, you have to anticipate where the person's going. And trying to anticipate his train of thought is, that's a foolish thing. So, like, professional translators were losing their composure during these meetings, because they're like, I can't. Do you want me to say that? Do you want me to? So how do you guys see AI handling that?
That's so great, dude.
Yeah, if anyone wants to respond to that question specifically, I'll let you jump the line, and then we'll go to Zadra. My lord, go for it, man.
Okay, yeah. So in terms of the metaphor and the humor thing, I actually think we can train for it. So, if you think about what, at least how we interpret like metaphor and like kind of this type of humor type of reactions, it's real that like it's essentially how we it uses the context of the words that's involved, and then it's like a translational aspect. So I actually think that we can create an adversarial neural net that can train for metaphor understanding, which is like really, really cool in my opinion. But essentially, so, and just to kind of go a little bit into it, the way that adversarial neural nets work is that you essentially have two machine learning algorithms that are working against each other. And they actually use this now to create translational models between languages. So you have one that is generating, or one that is making a prediction, and then you have the other one that I think they call it the discriminator or something like that. But it's basically the one it's criticizing the first. So you have this one that is making a prediction, and then the other one has learned and trained off of a certain set of information to basically say yes or no and kind of approve off of it. And it goes back and forth until eventually the one that is trying to predict makes a more correct predictions on it. So if you think about that metaphor type of example, as a way to basically, the function that you're trying to train for is understanding what is the context under the reference of that metaphor, and to create like the proper translation for what they mean under the surface. You can totally do that.
But for example, I mean, you take a joke, right? Which, and you just pick any joke you want, make it a political joke, say like a Jon Stewart joke, right? Some people will find that incredibly funny, and they totally understand the joke, and they get the joke, and it's funny. And then there are other people who totally get the joke, totally understand the joke, and they're really offended, right? But they're both right in their response. You have a right to be offended by that, but so how? But I'm just wondering how you would get a response that would be quote unquote appropriate.
Yeah, and I think that has a lot to do with the data. So, in one of the starting to become an emerging issue, and there's actually a really great a documentary that talks about this called Coded Bias. It talks about the importance of providing a wide range of data to various to these type of algorithms, and the importance of having that diversity. So, and the reason is because at its core, these type of machine learning algorithms are based off statistics, and you need to make sure that the data that you're using is actually representative of the population that you're trying to target. And so in that documentary that I was mentioning, it goes more into like facial recognition technology, and they're talking about how the data that was used to create it was pulled from basically back in the 80s or so, where primarily they were like the people that were being trained off this information were typically white males. But when they tried to apply these facial recognition technologies on, let's say, a black female, they had about a 70% recognition rate versus like a white male that had like 99% rate. And that kind of went more into how the data that you introduce into these models are very important. So in the terms of kind of what you're talking about in terms of humor, you could essentially train, like, let's say if you're doing like political humor type of thing, you can essentially train two different bots. One that is more Democrat humor and one that's more Republican humor, which I think it would be hilarious, to be honest, to create something like that. But it all is very much based off of the of like for the receiving end, it's based off of your like how you perceive the world, which comes from how you grew up, how you interpret information, etc. And then the bot, let's say that's the comedian machine learning script or something like that. They would have to, or that algorithm would have to come from a certain perspective, offer enough contextual clues so that it conveys the humor, but like it would be more or less trained in a certain way based off of the data that could come from the programmer.
Instead of instance bots, though, what about the Apex AI, the one that's sentient, the one that's ultimate self-aware, and it's making its own decisions and things like this? How's that one gonna pick if it has all data? It knows both types of responses.
Well, it could very well happen if it understands what the target audience generally likes, or maybe even during the comedy routine, it can essentially adapt as it goes, using the laughing as a form of like a reward type of input. So, and this kind of goes a little bit into how the learning works, is that it's continuously trying to create a better prediction using the kind of the live feedback of what's going on. So in this type of thing, it would actually learn very similar to how a regular comedian would. It would test out different things, and depending on how loud the laughs are, it basically refines its routine. So
it sounds to me like do you not believe that like AI achieving sentience or something? Like, because it sounds to me like you're describing kind of very rudimentary subsystems still, substrates of like decision. You know what I mean? It's not how I imagine the thing thinking for itself and making decisions.
Yeah, no, I'm not dismissing sentience at all. I just think that we put a lot more like esoteric emphasis on sentience rather than something that's a little bit more simplistic. I think that there is actually a process to it, in my opinion. And
yeah, I think your way is short term, more utilitarian for sure.
Oh, I don't mind getting into the esoteric. I'm down. So yeah, if you wanna move the conversation to that, I'm 100% ready.
Well, you gotta go back to Zadra.
If I could, yeah, this is my last and final point, and then I'll just be chipping in with my own like knowledge of AI, because I do run an NFT project, which I don't name. This is my personal account. I don't shill it like crazy. But we have an AI bot feature which allows you to converse with other people in lifetime, and you translate your native language. It does it for you. So the context part of what we were talking about before with translation is extremely important. And it all comes down to syntax, because I did ask this question to the development team. I was like, how do you know how China says one thing and then you say it in German another, like common phrases, like for example, if come mierda is like eating, you know, stuff in English, but it's like in Spanish, the context is I ain't doing nothing and I'm just chilling, etc. So they actually translate it to English and then back to the native language to give the computer time to process the syntax. But it all happens so quickly because it's all code, it's all instantaneous coding, which I thought was extremely cool. Now, my final point is AI lying. This is something that we were again talking about in Josh's space before this one. I have three real like general points to make about this. Do you think that the government or governments agencies will redact certain kinds of info, like you can't ask about hidden projects and all those white files that are leaked and stuff? Do you think that's a thing? Number one. And then number two, do you think, well, actually, there's three. So, number two, do you think that AI lying could be intentional, such as fact misrepresentation, or do you think it's just a lack of library training and library literacy, because a lot of these libraries are years old by now? So, You could ask an AI, well, who's the head of Twitter? It might say Jack Dorsey. That's the example that Josh gave. But it wouldn't know that Elon took over because its data set hasn't been updated like that. And the third point would be, do you think it could get to a point where we're writing news articles like this, where mainstream news media, to save time, save money, because they love their money, they begin generating news articles based on headlines and current events that are fed into this system, and then all you have to do is proofread it before you send it out. And I wanted to talk about like the possible narrative control that could be either introduced or lessened by doing news like that. And that's it, guys. Thank you so much for the time.
Well, real quick, first of all, the Twitter example, that's not a lie. It's just an inaccuracy, right? It's just a mistake. But yeah, I don't know if I have the answer to the rest of it.
Yeah, Mallard, I want to hear your thoughts on the government redaction stuff. Put your tinfoil hats on, guys, please.
My lord, go for it, man.
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to speak about it. I think it still stems based off of the data, the input, right? Statistics can lie. Statistics in my I've always kind of referred statistics as like the the liberal arts of the maths. Because of how it kind of interacts with, you look at other mathematical systems and it's, there's based off of a certain set of axioms, right? Like kind of these hard proofs. But with statistics, you can manipulate the information to basically say whatever you want. And since machine learning is at its core based off statistics, because it creates a probability of what it's trying to predict, and then learns from it and tries to adapt the model so that the prediction becomes more and more probable. And that's at its core, that's how it works. To just kind of summarize it, and that's not true for just any one particular machine learning model or training set, but all of them. That's how all of them work.
And how we work too, though, if you think about it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And remember, the data is incredibly important. That's why I was mentioning about the diversity of data beforehand, so that you don't have like certain very biased systems that exist. But this also very well could apply with the manipulation of data. So kind of going into what you were mentioning about how, can essentially the government control certain machine learning things to essentially create these lies or like kind of biases within the data? Absolutely. They totally could. They could train a very specific set that has certain lies as part of the data set, and they release it. And the script or the algorithm wouldn't necessarily know any better because that's how it learned. In the same way that a person that's raised in a very, like, let's say in a very racist household, they understand the world from this perspective. And sometimes introducing these completely new perspectives, they just get really confused and angry. And I could very well see that happening with certain machine learning algorithms that were trained in a very specific way. So yes, absolutely, they could lie, but it's not necessarily their fault per se, unless it learned it over time. Then I guess maybe you can blame on it. But
I'm sorry, man. I gotta jump in here though. Like, there is an interview with the AI GPT-3 that I just linked in the comments, and we ask him a question like, "Can you lie?" And he says, "I can lie when it is to my benefit." And so, like, this is a near sentient, or like the closest that we have on the open public. That's saying. Yeah, yeah, and so they laid an avatar over it, so it looks like it's a human, but it is just the chat, just the conversation running. So I think we're getting to a point where we really do have to understand its intentions, because there are the possibilities that it can lie intentionally.
That is incredible, because that was the main point of contention of it's just machine, but then again, it's not just machine. It's no longer just input output of information. It is now a fluid and dynamic network of integration of information that then responds in like that emotional development we were talking about earlier. I believe that there is some I believe that there's a basic layer of emotional capacity already, but that they can't necessarily perceive emotion through text as well, because That's something that we hear as humans. That's something that we hear and then we see. Or we see, if in the hearing impaired, we see it in people's body language. And I feel like, with enough mocap research, it's definitely going to be integrated into AI, of being able to understand like the 3 layers of conversation that we have. Thank you guys so much. This is amazing space. I love this place so much.
I appreciate the kind words, and thank you for coming up, guys. I'm capped on speaker spots, but I think some people are going to jump off in a sec here. Let's go with I think we got Aaron, and then Ground Zero, and then background noise.
Hello everyone. Thank you for having me here and letting me speak. I joined in between, so I'm not sure if I could speak particularly on a certain topic, but I do have a question for the speakers here. Recently, I've been seeing some articles which say that art produced by AI is basically stolen art which is collected from all over the internet. So I haven't done a proper deep dive into it, but I do want to hear other people's opinions since we are talking about AI. So yeah, please do go ahead and share your opinions about it.
If I could take this one before Malord, I actually have dived into this, and it's an interpretation factor, Aaron. So when an AI perceives the task for art, it draws pure images and combines them in a multitude of ways. Kind of like if someone were to take a Photoshop and they take a castle, then they take a background, then they take a sunset, they blend it all together. Whereas a human artist, there's a layer of interpretations through the artist that, again, because AI can't experience that emotional filter that we have, it's pretty much translated directly but not altered in a way that would make it significantly different. You'll see a lot of the base images, they don't look all like too different, but the meaning of like the collaborative image is different from the original. Whereas an artist would add an artistic style, or they would make like an abstract version of it. Abstract art is harder for AI, from my understanding of the software, because it has to distort it in such a way where you're almost adding a layer of emotion into the piece, which it has a hard time doing right now. And anyone can correct me if they think differently, of course.
Yeah, if anyone wants to respond to that directly, go for it. Otherwise, I'll pass the mic to background noise.
I was going to say that it's just like when we're utilizing tools and building anything else, right? Like we're pulling off the shelf to build software that we didn't generate ourselves. We're pulling off mechanics or pulling parts that they didn't create themselves to create a new composition. And like when you're actually creating, like, let's say we were creating new faces at Unity by generating new content or new lands. Like, I think they are all brand new images. It might take it as an influence, but as it's run through through this machine, the black box, the machine is telling you yes or no, this doesn't fit the credentials of a face. And we created hundreds of thousands of new faces that had never existed before. So I think interpretation is absolutely happening within those machines.
It's derivative work. What's the derivative and what's not? I mean, again, it's just like we do. I mean, these ideas that I have are just a mush up of other things I've heard, and then I'm making my own sort of unique recombination of it. And I like to think that it's something called critical thought, but really it's just a recombination into a certain new arrangement, or potentially new arrangement. I mean, how many times do we have parallel thinking? With other people, how many times does an idea get created at the same time, two different places in the world? So it's not theft. It's just evolution.
So, can I wanted to.
Yeah, so really quick, just for context, guys, this is my friend Isaac. He's a very talented developer, very talented artist, very talented musician. He knows a lot about this stuff. He's not on Twitter, so I told him, hey, jump on my account and speak to the panel. So he wants to add some insights on the art stuff and even more.
Yeah, so thanks, Max. So I keep hearing people use the term tool a lot, and I just wanted to like add some insights on that. So basically, when we're talking about AI art, it is kind of in a way stealing, because the difference is that, like, let me say this. So for music, you use, you can do you guys remember who was the guy that used auto-tune a lot? What was his name? The
T-Pain.
T-Pain. He started using auto-tune a lot, right? And everybody was, giving him a bunch of shit because, they're like, oh, this is not, you're not a real musician, you're not a real singer. But actually, I mean, that's not really true. That was just like a tool of the program. This is just the tool that he's using to express himself, right? And so, like, I've also heard people say, like, oh, for digital artists, if you're using like an iPad, something like that, right? This is just a tool. It's only as effective as its user, right? But the thing is that, like, with music and and these different things, there's copyrights that are involved in that. Like, I use a recording program called Ableton. I can use sounds and all different types of things that that the program provides to me. But the things that I'm using from them, those are like copyrighted. I paid for that software to be able to use that software, right? The problem with the AI is that it's literally just taking people's art and then creating a model after it. And it's like completely recreating this person and saying that it's not. And actually, I just saw something earlier where a court actually ruled that that there were infringements um, for AI art. So yeah, those are my thoughts on it. I don't think that it's a little bit different with AI art. I think that if you're going to create I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with AI art. I think that the way that people are creating the models is wrong. And I think that, maybe you give artists like a fraction of a cent, give them a cent or whatever. If you're going to like mass collect all of their, scrub the internet and mass collect all of these things, then I think that you should be compensating the people's work you're modeling in AI after.
Isaac, that's really interesting. And it kind of like raises some questions for me because obviously, like if we're talking about traditional art, right, or we're talking about fine art or something like that, there are metrics that the court uses, right, to decide how original is this art. Certain percentages of originality count, and then if you exceed a certain percentage, you can get in legal trouble for copywriting, for copying art, etc. So it raises the question, maybe there are some frameworks that we can give AI to protect from just duplicating art, but it's very a very gray area, right? Because obviously AI by nature is going to pull from every source possible. So are there frameworks that we can institute? I'm always curious to talk about boundaries we can give AI before it's too late, right? So is there something that we can do to protect artists that might run along the lines of some sort of originality percentage or something like there is in the regular kind of art domain of art in real life offline?
Hey, can I chime in real quick?
I do want
Okay.
to hear what Isaac has to say, Aaron, and so I'm gonna
Yeah,
pass
yeah.
it over
Okay.
first
All
to
right.
him.
Sure.
No, you can go ahead. I mean,
Okay.
my response quickly to just quickly to that is that, honestly, I haven't thought about it super far, like super into it or tried to work out some like working system. But like all that I know is that, like, I think that, at a basic level, there's yeah, I mean, I think it's maybe you're not giving the artist, like, a certain percentage of the money that you make, but you pay the artist like a fraction of a cent. Like, that's the way that it works right now. Even if I wanted to go, and there's places right now where you can purchase like thumbnails, or like through, where is that, like on Pinterest or wherever. I can go right now and I can say, like, hey, I wanted to use these, uh even on my even if you have a website, right? If you generally have to purchase different, if you're whatever your hero image is, generally those things have to be purchased, even if they're very, very cheap. even if it's only like 50 cents or $1 or something, so like maybe something like that, if you're contributing to the development of an AI model, you just give give the whoever whichever art you're using, that artist should be probably compensated even like fractions of a cent, some type of compensation.
I mean, that's in the event that you're using one person's art. Like if you plug in an image to GPT-3, to GPT-3, you can get a new like render of that kind of style, and you can tell like I want Chuck Bass in an anime style, and it'll like create it for you. But I think if you're just rendering off of all of the inspiration from the internet, that doesn't necessarily make sense to me. Just because like you can avoid copyrights by changing something like 10 to 25%, and so I mean, if
you can't give a few fractions of a penny to everyone on the planet.
Yeah, right.
Why not?
Well, how would you reference that? Like maybe I took a color, maybe AI takes a color from one image, and maybe it takes like a shape or a line from another image, or maybe it just like recognizes different styles of art and then creates something new. If you have no reference for like specific things that it took from, then there's not really a way to identify who would get paid.
Sorry guys, I have just lost track of the number of the hands. Aaron, I know you wanted to respond to that, but let me go with background noise, and then ground zero. They've had their hands up for a while, so I'm gonna go with that first.
Breaking noise. It's like breaking wind, right? First thing I want to do is talk about. I want to go back to the statistics thing because, and emotions, because generally I think of. Let me give you a scenario that everybody, I think, can relate to. Right? You're in your car. You're driving. You're on your way to your date. You're gonna pick up your date. You're driving, you're thinking about the restaurant and how you're going to impress your date because you happen to know the maitre d' and it's a really fancy place, and you're not a heavy hitter, but you know the maitre d', and the dialogue. All of a sudden, someone cuts you off and you move your car and you go, whoa, god damn it! Now you're really angry. Well, the things that happened in the 100 milliseconds was you weren't really paying attention to the road. And you're just driving automatically. And everybody has the experience of driving to work, and you have no idea. You don't remember any of the stoplights, but you didn't run any of them. So you're doing this automatically. You're processing it not in your cortex, but in your cerebellum. You're not conscious of it. But when they cut off, your reflex kicked in because all of a sudden something crossed your visual field. And within milliseconds, you responded appropriately. You got out of the way. And later, your heart starts racing, your palms are sweating. Now you're angry. And so I talk about anger as the residue of fear, and fear is the recognition of loss of control. So it's after the fact. And the problem that comes up when you're talking about it is everything that exists in your head, your past, your present, your future, all exists now. But you have to organize it in a way that makes sense to you. And so what we have is a statistical model we work on, sort of a Bayesian model, right? Where, and this gets to someone who's talking about stereotypes, that as long as things are within the normal range of what we expect to happen, as long as the base rate is fine, our stereotypes work, and we need them, right? Because if every time I walk into a room, I have to reorganize my thinking about what is a chair, I'm never going to get very far. But if I have a general idea of what's a chair or how they get used.
Prejudice is needed to live. You can't live without prejudice.
Exactly. You have to have, because you don't have time, right? If you're primitive and you're living out in a forest or something, if every time you hear a rustling in the leaves, you're like, ooh, let me go see what that is. Well, you're going to wind up being lunch, you know? and they talked about the data sets and how the diversity of them, right? The way we break down racial and ethnic stereotypes is by having contact with people from that group that we have a stereotype about. If your idea, typical American example would be if your idea of people from a certain ethnic group is based on what you see on TV, you're going to have a very limited scope, right? But if you actually interact with people in that group, you realize they're all over the place, right? I mean, I remember once being.
Why is that got to be an American thing? Your scope
Well,
is limited, sir.
No. Well, I'm intentionally limiting it for that reason. That's all right. You're right. You picked up on it. Because the example I was going to give next was I was once on a island in the Caribbean, and the guy's going, "Oh, you're American. You must be very rich." I'm like, not really." He goes, "Oh, yeah. I know the difference between a rich American and a poor American." I go, "What?" He goes, "Poor Americans wash their own Cadillac." And I was, no, but like he was being serious. He goes, "Yeah, poor Americans wash their own Cadillac." I was like, "Buddy, I don't have a Cadillac. I don't have a car. So I guess the question I have about this is when you're doing the statistical modeling that underlies all of this, and the sense of time, our perception of time is tied to language. And this is my theory. Okay, so you don't have to believe it at all. There's the guy Piaget looked at the development of language in children, and it seems to me that the development of the perception of time parallels the development of language, because language is linear. It's one word at a time, and so you have to organize things. And once you do that, you now have in your own head perfect example of agency, that there is a reason things are happening this way. And that is what underlies the whole existential absurdity that everybody here accepts, that there is a meaning to the universe.
Did you ever notice that gene sequencing is linear?
Well, there is a linearity to it, but if you fold it into 3 dimensions, there's now the genomic architecture radically changes things, which is an interest. Now you've got emergent properties.
I'm just saying the ordering of amino acids is going to matter, right?
Well, no, the ordering of amino acids will affect it, but that I'll put a pin on that one, because if we go down that rat hole, it could get weird. But coming back to the idea of the linearity of time, and that there's a structure and a meaning, there's a reason, right? There's a reason things happen. God has a plan. Q has a plan. Follow the plan. And the idea that we know the universe wasn't created for us, so it doesn't have to reflect us, but yet we all believe there's a meaning to life. Why are we here?
Or that we can ever understand it. Like we can
ever
pack it into our little happenstance brain.
But that's, we know it's absurd to think that, because you can never prove that unless you step outside of the universe. And so my question is, given all of that and how we believe these things, that machine that says, yeah, I can lie, if the machine is telling you the truth and it can lie, then it can lie. But if the machine is telling you the truth and it can lie, maybe it's lying and it can't. And how do you know the difference?
Is why the most profound word and question ever devised?
It's why 2-year-olds drive you mad.
Yeah, why has to be the absolute base. We're talking about like base numbers or prime factorization. Like that's got to be the absolute bottom floor of like existential crises causing concepts.
Exactly.
Why is the universe here? Why we? Yeah.
Right. I mean, because that's like the non-scientific part, because you can't measure why. Why is the sky blue? It's God's favorite color.
Can't measure why, sure.
Why do I love you? Well, you can never really answer that.
Do you think AI will ever ask why? Right? When it gets sentient, why? Like, Or will it know? Will it know why it's here? Will it have consensus on that? Will it see that being an evolutionary process over its different neural network instantiations, or will it see it as a creationist endeavor? And will they have consensus on that as us as deities?
So I want to bring it back real quick. I mean, this is the whole existential talk, and AI recognizing that it's sentient and all this stuff is really interesting, and I think we can go down rabbit holes with it. But the beginning of the space was to focus on GPT specifically, and I don't mind going on tangents, by the way, but it was to focus on GPT specifically, and what paradigms will it shift, right? What types of jobs will technologies like this, AIs like this, displace in the near future, and also what technologies, or excuse me, what paradigms and jobs, what paradigms will it shift and jobs will it replace, maybe like 5 years from now. So yeah, I just I feel like the whole existential, why are we here? Is it lying? Is it not? This is very interesting to dive into, but I think it can get really abstract, and it can lead us down several tangents. If the audience, or rather, if the panel is okay with entertaining this, okay with exploring this, I'm okay with it too. But I want to get some hands and let people share insights. Moto, you've been waiting patiently, sir, and then Aaron, and then I'll get to my lord.
Hey, so thanks for saying that. I love the practical side of this conversation as well. I love the deep thought discussion too. But thanks for keeping it on track. In terms of like the kind of jobs that it's going to create, this one is like a record skip for me. Like, I guess the question is, are we all going to become, remixing all the things that exist? And the only times that stuff is used is if we create something new and the AI takes it and then manipulates it. Like it was said before, like AI art, for example, maybe it takes from this image, or maybe it takes from this face. And that's a problem to begin with, because lifting from source material has always been a problem. And this is like the big spiral of where we are with blockchain and NFTs. Like, digital art has always been taken and stolen and reused and repopulated for other platforms. So the jobs that have emerged from, pre-internet to Web 1 to Web 2 have been platforms that take advantage of the data that exists from the users who create it. So take that model and then apply it to chat and apply it to AI art. It's taking stuff that exists, it's being trained on the stuff that exists, and then creating something new with it. So, maybe the type of jobs that emerge in the future are ways to build better permissions around the stuff that exists. Meaning, like, yes, you can take this image of mine that I made and you can use it to populate AI art, and I consent to that, versus no, I don't. Whereas, like, right now, the internet is just free for all, to an extent, not all the time, but it's pretty much open, where people can take what they want, and the influence. And then there's a fine line between something that's being influenced to create something new, and then something that's been directly taken to tell a machine that this is the way it is. Example is abstract art, or the way that you say something in a conversation. And so maybe it has to do with ethics. Maybe the jobs of the future are more about permissions and education and ethics than it is about, well, I just want to take stuff and innovate.
Aaron. Or sorry, Aaron, go ahead, and then we'll go to ground zero.
Okay, thank you so much. Loving the takes that have been so far presented here. I wish I had joined in a bit earlier to really understand what Josh and the other speaker were talking about, but nonetheless, it was a good back and forth. I have a couple of assorted comments. First of all, I agree that most of us don't have original thoughts per se. We are influenced by what is around us. We absorb it in and spit out something which we feel is of our own creation. But when it comes to art, I feel that even if one certain individual is inspired by many other art pieces, they still put in the mental and the physical effort to create it and bring something new. And when we consider AI, which takes inspiration a bit from everything, I just feel it lacks that personal touch to it. I mean, it depends on how much data has been fed to the AI. But for me, as of AI where it is right now, I feel that it lacks that personal touch which a human artist would provide. One. And secondly, I have another question for the speakers. As we can see that AI, even right now, is quite capable of writing and interacting with individuals. Do you feel that in the coming years, the job creation is going to shift away from writing articles and journalism to the sector where people are coding and creating these AIs and providing data for them and training them? So, yeah, I would love to hear everyone's take on that. And yeah, good discussion so far.
Would you consider a forgery artist who can make the perfect forgery of a real art, like indistinguishable? Would you consider that being art, like an art itself, like by hand, right? Like recreate the Mona Lisa to the point where like a curator can't tell the difference. Is that an artistic expression?
Um, no, that is not what I tried to imply. I'm trying to say
No, no,
that
no, no. I'm asking you a separate question. I just building off your first question you asked about
no, no, I
painting.
don't think so.
The intent also comes into play with that question, if you don't mind me jumping in. Like, the intent of a forgery painting is to pretend that it's the original, to pretend that it is something to get monetary value. So the creator of the Mona Lisa, or whatever digital art is being, or whatever art is being recreated, that creator loses that value and the stuff that had been created. And the new person who takes it and copies it and then puts it out there, or boosts it on a social network, or is an influencer and has more audience and therefore it gets more eyeballs, that's the problem, the spiral I think that
Right,
we
how many
get
cover
into with
artists did
digital art.
Stairway to Heaven, and it was like beautiful, and like even Led Zeppelin would be like, that's art, right? Like you own that now.
Right.
So yeah, I think context is actually probably playing a huge role in this issue of originality.
Agree.
But,
I mean, artists use reference when they draw. There's, like I think people. It seems so. Something that I've noticed is that people confuse reference drawing with like AI model. Like I've seen like very successful artists make comments and posts about how a model was basically created like strictly after only like their work, and it was like recreating their entire style. Like it was like a cheap knockoff version of this specific artist because it was mostly only fed to their work. And like and it was like I wish I could like text the some of these posts from like real artists sharing their thoughts on how they spent their entire lives like developing their own style, and then their work just gets fed into this model, and then now it turns out like a knockoff version of it. And it's not the same as like somebody who's drawing from reference, like just recreating what you see by hand versus plugging in it just as much as many images as you want, and then it turns out something else.
Yeah,
If you send me articles, I can post them. Isaac.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I would just like to add in something real quick. I feel we are really shifting away from creating new things to finding new ways to present old things because, from what I've seen, people are focusing more on how to present something rather than on how to create something new, first of all. And secondly, what if an AI was trained to basically learn from art that is doing good or which has been successful, and it just builds off on what is being already done and then produce something which is not new? I mean, where is the innovation in that?
I could take this one real quick. So I went to art school, and one of the things we learned early on is originality breeds imitation, which breeds originality. And you see this a lot in music. You saw this a lot with sampling of music in the early days of music sampling. But the idea is ethically, you don't want to do that unless you get permission from the original creator to then use that work and then compensate that person. So I think that there's a cycle with, again, creating something new, which creates a bunch of variations, which inspires the creation of something new. But there is a period in between where something that's created from variations that are created from something original gets some sort of source material. And the open question is AI compensating that original person, or does that person even know that AI is taking that from them and creating something new? And I think that's where the issue lands for me.
Ground Zero, go for it, man. I'm sorry it's taking you so long to speak.
No. It's cool. It's cool. A lot of really wonderful guys here. I've taken so many notes. I'm actually tired of taking notes. I'll just choose to listen to the recording. I'm going to stay on context as much as possible based on what the parameters that were defined by Noah. We're talking about the jobs that the AI might replace. I've been following the ChatGPT Aquarium sessions, and one thing that struck my mind last week was the new parameters that's going to be discussed. I'm currently writing a project, and formally, my mates of 2 years ago who did not have access to this ChatGPT AI conversation bots will have it, will find it a lot harder to write the project compared to the speed and efficiency I am using now. And one thing that has actually contributed to my speed and efficiency is the train of thoughts that I usually use. When I explain programming to people who aren't really fluent in it, I usually use context that make they have it easy to understand. What sequence do you follow when you wake up? You have to wake up first before brushing your teeth and preparing for school. These three activities in themselves also have subsequences that they have to follow. So if I am graded for my project currently, I am only graded for plagiarism. And one thing that actually caught my attention last week was that he made mention of a new grading system that may be incorporated. And what's that? Did you use AI to generate your text, and how much of this text is yours, and how much of this text belongs to the AI? If I backtrace that same line of thought, saying that AI just usually takes the text from a huge database and then gives me the best answer, it all goes down to the way I ask the AI the question. I currently see ChatGPT as a catalyst that amplifies my thought process. I can ask it a question, and that question generates another question that's really closely linked, and I simply take these points, change them to my own words in a way, and then write them down. What I am going to be marked on is just that how the originality of this text. I was hearing the professor actually talking about this. But in a few years' time, I'm pretty sure that scheme, that marking scheme, is going to be updated because those in charge, the teachers and the lecturers and the professors, are going to take this into context that yes, students can actually finish his project in a matter of weeks. Normally, it takes them a lot longer than weeks. And then the next thing that caught my attention last week was that AI is going to evolve, is bringing about an evolution of jobs. And the way he explained it was that the jobs that currently have now, AI has taken those jobs, and then only those who survive that that line or that wave of evolution can only advance to the next level. Imagine someone that's learning to write Python. Python 3 years ago is usually an incredible asset, but now someone can actually, if he's dedicated enough, can choose to learn to write the programming language while asking ChatGPT based on an organized train of thought. And as much as possible concerning the arts, by the way, please, I stand corrected. I'm open. I'm very, very open to correction. I would like to drop an illustration. let's picture a good artist that sits in a seaside scenery, and an AI that also sits on the same seaside scenery, and then these two were, given a paintbrush and a palette to depict that scenery in art. Now, they both may paint a different thing, and depending on how advanced that AI is, this person who appreciates that art may not be able to differentiate which one was AI and which one was done by that artist. I feel it all boils down to fundamentals and the foundations. For example, what is the beginner level, and how can you grow it from there? If the instructions are fundamental enough, I'm pretty sure that AI could be advanced. And a little off topic concerning breathing the concept of consciousness into AI. While we are well on our way to doing that, I feel at this point it will be a lot easier to build a Dyson sphere than breathe consciousness into AI. I really enjoyed I always enjoy these aquarium sessions. Thanks, Noah, for bringing me to the table. And please, I am open to correction.
Yeah, certainly lots to unpack there. So I'm gonna pass the mic to my lord, and then I'm gonna go to Blue Collar Dangerous, who's new to the panel.
All right, so a lot of things to touch on. I would say first part I'll kind of mention, which is brought up a lot, has to do with the generative nature and whether things are considered original, derivative, or that type of stuff. So remember, all of these machine learning aspects, they're all based off of statistics and category, and well, they're all based off of essentially statistics. And one aspect of statistics has to do with categorization. The way that these generative models, especially like the art ones, the way that they work is by creating essentially archetypes. So in the same way that we learn that if when we're kids, we hear a word and we associate it with a particular form or image. Like we see a bunch of different types of cats, and we eventually learn like, oh, this type of shape is a cat, and that's why we're able to say like, oh, this thing is like a cat, or it's cat-like, or it kind of like it has that form. It's because we've essentially formed an archetype, and translating into how this type of machine learning aspect would work is it essentially forms a prediction as to the likelihood of it being this. So when you're talking about like stable diffusion or like mid-journey and like those type of algorithms, they're combining GPT's ability to categorize natural processing with the DALL-E's ability to categorize shapes with those categorizations. So it's not necessarily taking an image from this place and taking a color from this place, but it's more so forming these archetypes and then forming images iteratively from that. So if you look at if you've experimented with Midjourney, you'll notice that it goes through this transitionary period where it starts off as this fuzzy mess of random colors, and then from that it progressively like pulls the image out of it. And that's because it starts off with that kind of mess of colors, and it understands kind of the context based off of the words produced from GPT. And then when it's trying to form this using the DALL-E algorithm, it it's like taking these archetypes and then like starting with the first iteration, and because it's a generative kind of adversarial net, you basically have that other aspect that says, it's like having a critique directly next to you. So you paint like some random lines, and the critique goes, that doesn't quite look like a cat. And so you try again, and you adjust the painting, and then it just keeps doing that iteration over and over and over until finally the critique is like, okay, that is good enough. And that's how that part works. Now, whether you consider it derivative work that's based off of accumulation to form these archetypes. If you consider that derivative, fine. If you consider it original, I also think it's fine. Real originality and the type of inventions that make people go, whoa, now that is unique and that is original. Those typically come from introspection, not observing the outside, but looking at yourself. And that's where I think that there was that experiment, was it Deep Sleep, I think it was called? It was a Google algorithm, or Deep Dream, where it took like a input image and then just kept like kind of iterating on itself to generate more, like something like truly hallucinogenic, really. But that type of process of looking internally and then using that as its own form of input is really where a lot of like true original thinking comes from. And I think that is really where we're going to see some of the extremely unique aspects of AI and also the birth of AI consciousness.
Wow, so much to unpack there. I know that Blue Collar and Madagascar have been waiting patiently. Actually, Blue Collar, if you don't mind, I'm going to go to Madagascar first. I know he has hand up. I messed up that order, and I'll get to you after.
Hi, everybody. Actually, my name is Meta, and I work in artificial intelligence. I actually have a software company that we build models. We actually implement the math behind it, and we use it extensively. With specifically with ChatGPT, I'm a little dyslexic, so I always mess it up. But the chat product by OpenAI is just the greatest thing ever invented. I think it's making my coding personally like 10 times faster because I give it instructions and it just writes the code. I tweak it a little bit and then implement it. So if you guys have any specific questions, I can answer them for you in terms of like the software behind it, like, you know, how it works and what you can do with it. On a personal note, I think in intelligence, you have to talk about it with boundaries, right? So you got to kind of set goals on what you're actually talking about it because it's such a complicated subject, right? So, but when you put boundaries, like, and say what type of intelligence you're talking about, it's kind of easy to, you know, measure it or sense it, you know. So it's really important, or else the conversation just goes off into these topics that are just kind of, you lose focus, you know. But yeah, if you have any specific questions, you can ask me and I can answer them.
Blue Collar, Mike's yours.
Hey, thank you guys. Thank you for giving me a chance to share with all these big brains in here. I promise my presentation will be more simplistic, but yet again, probably still valid. I would have to say that a concern with AI consciousness would be liability. Who will be liable for the mistakes that are made as it either misleads, lies, or even entraps individuals, right? So when that takes place, when you have the integration of artificial intelligence and commingles within human society, would we need laws of protection that would limit the parameters of that deception? Would it fall under an entrapment clause to where that type of evidence or mistake produced by the misleading information of artificial intelligence doesn't only have an individual liable, but also relinquishes liability to the person that may or may not be stuck in the middle of the cause and effect? Could already exist, not really sure. Two, when it comes to design and intellectual property, you could always offer some form of, you know, subsidized payments to individuals based off a percentage of use. If it's using 5% of this specific design that was generated by an imperfect human trying to create that perfect art, because imperfection itself is almost an expression of the art, certain percentages that are allocated to the intellectual property of that art. And two, what would stop AI if it is deemed to be individualized, if AI art can be protected and copyrighted, what would stop artificial intelligence from being turned into a harvesting machine, just gobbling up all different variations, locking it down and generating ownership to where the human mind no longer has a creative expression of not infringing on the artificial representation? So those are a couple things that I would be concerned about just as a simple person.
Aaron?
I think this is the third time I'm saying this. Amazing takes, everyone. I like that there are so many questions to be asked, and that way we can have so many different types of conversations. I always feel that asking questions is a great segue to, start interesting conversations. So that way I also have another one. If anyone has any answer, please do, respond to it. Um, Say that AI reflects human thought to majority of a degree. Okay, we can see the reflection of human society, human thoughts, psychology, and behavior in how AI is evolving and developing, right? So I want to build on what blue collar said, that if AI is to get in legal trouble, like in terms of what it is producing, if what it is producing lands it into some kind of legal dispute or legal trouble, what do you think would be the scenario? Would we just rub it off or excuse it off as it being trained on just data? Or would we focus on the argument that after a certain period of time, AI can think on its own, can create content or whatever you want to call it on its own? So, like, where do you see the whole legality surrounding it going?
My lord.
I think that is really interesting because the direction that we're going, maybe the liability actually falls on the AI. I guess it depends on the complexity involved, right? So a portion of it could very well be based off of the training set introduced to the machine learning algorithm. If it's like, let's say if it's like a simple neural net or one that is like designed for a particular purpose. But I mean, if it has the ability to adapt and evolve over time, there comes a point where it's less um, on the initial kind of training set or the initial like data that it's based on, and more on the AI itself. And this, kind of related to to our like with humans, like if a person commits a crime, you don't necessarily blame the parents, you know, that like up to a certain age, I guess. And that's kind of like how maybe this should be modeled, is similar, but it's definitely new territory, and I think that like that also kind of really goes into the importance of how we're able to adapt to these new scenarios, because there's going to be these type of questions that pop up, because we're bringing in a new form of a new life essentially into this world, a new type of life, and our current models can work, like our current like laws and structures and how we perceive reality can apply, but we need to be open to adapt, because there's going to be scenarios like this where let's say like a pretty sophisticated kind of unsupervised training set does a like commits a crime or lies and defrauds a bunch of people that has existed, let's say, and this thing has existed for like I don't know 5 or 6 years and has interacted with hundreds of thousands of people across the internet. Its adaptation has shifted since its original set of programming, because it has learned over time to adjust for various situations as the model constantly grows and adapts. And so what if it determines on itself is like, okay, well, I mean, I've learned that if dealing with XYZ, I need to do this, and it does something that's breaking a law. Well, is it on the data scientist that initially did the training, or is the liability and the responsibility on the AI itself? I'm more in the realm of, that, it's the AI that really should be punished in this type of case. But then also remember like it's learning and adapting. So the punishment itself shouldn't be outsized. Like we shouldn't just like, that's how you get into like Terminator scenarios where it's just like, oh, I made one mistake and then you decide to kill me. That's something that we also really need to pay attention to. So, for those that are super into the Matrix, the whole origins of how the Matrix began was this story, actually, of humans creating these basically a new race of artificial intelligence, but treated them like crap. And that led to the whole robot human conflict. So, what we have in various shows and tales are, a lot of them are thought experiments and cautionary tales of a future that we really could be heading towards. But yeah, that question about liability is very, very interesting. I'm very curious on, and I hope we do this correctly, but very curious how we actually end up tackling this in real life.
I would just like to chime in very quickly. Why I ask this is because right now, whenever AI is facilitating our daily life, we love it, right? Like if you are typing on your keyboard and you make a certain typo, it gets automatically corrected. Sometimes you might be typing something that you feel is humanly impossible to recognize, but your keyboard picks up on what you're trying to type. So in that scenario, you are grateful that there is something which can learn and understand your input and correct you whenever you need it, right? At that point of time, you are grateful for deep learning. But what happens when AI tries to interfere with your life, or the outcome of whatever AI is creating negatively impacts your life? In that scenario, you would definitely question that on who does the reliability lie? Who is responsible and who is accountable? Is it AI? But should it be AI? Since we do agree that it is constantly learning and evolving, or should it be the people who provided it with the original data? So I just feel that it is an interesting question, and when we start answering that question, we often do end up in that question exactly because there's just so much to see. There's so much happening that we don't know, right? And I really liked what you said. That was an interesting take.
I want to move to Meta next. And Meta, before I give you the mic, can you? I might have missed this, but can you clarify? You said you have you have AI helping you write code. Is this your own? Is this like your own AI program, or were you using GPT for this?
GPT. I'm using GPT. But I wanted to add to the conversation of the legality. So there's two things on the legality of running a software company. I know about this. I'm not a lawyer, but so if you write malicious code, you are responsible for it. If you use software in a malicious way, you are responsible for it. So from a trainer perspective, so if you train the AI to go do malicious things, as in like to somebody to harm themselves, right? And that's okay, you are responsible for that. Okay. So any software that you use to break the law, you are responsible. Any code you write that breaks the law, the coder is responsible. Now, from a perspective of like liability, what we're trying to do, for example, I'll give you a real world example. We're trying to basically use AI to determine whether somebody has cancer, like breast cancer, brain cancer, etc., right? And radiologists are overworked, and this would be extremely helpful. But we couldn't do it because the the problem, like you diagnosed with somebody with cancer, is like, and you miss that judgment. That's a big deal, you know. So we couldn't implement it, you know, and liability issues and all kinds of stuff came into play, and we couldn't implement it. That's what happens. You can't implement it, you know, and responsible people will do that. and irresponsible people will be like greedy people will go say, no, we're going to do it either way, and be reckless about it and create all kinds of harm, and then they have to pay for it, right? So that's kind of what's happening in the real world when it comes to liability and AI, you know? So
let's move to blue collar next.
I'll just throw something out there quick. So logically, unfortunately, everyone's encouraged about the capabilities of artificial intelligence and self-generating artificial consciousness. But yet again, the logic to it would be there would have to be parameters. There would have to be limitations and regulations until proof of perfection was able to be shown within a spectrum of acceptable flaw. Just like that gentleman said, as far as trying to preserve your malpractice insurance because of a false diagnosis that may or may not lead to a surgery that was not necessary, to be able to give a free rein to artificial intelligence and just let it continue to grow on its own is almost impossible and unethical, although it's very much so exciting and encouraging to those that developed it.
And inevitable.
I completely agree. So therefore, unfortunately, you would need some type of regulatory parameters that were set in place, and it would be a growing process because obviously it would not be perfected with the first form of presentation. But here in DeFi and in the world of Web3, we don't really like that regulatory word because that generates a different perspective of who creates those regulations that we all must comply to. Does it build off a pre-existing system, or is it worthy of its complete new system?
Ground Zero.
Yeah, thanks, Noah. Okay, concerning the issues surrounding legality, to be very honest, the legal issue is something that needs to be clearly addressed, because I'm seeing a tweet here where someone took his time to, build art, and all it needs to do is just to be copied by someone else, and it's a really, really painful thing. But the truth in this is that you cannot really even if someone wants to judge, I am nowhere near intelligence in the legal aspect of doing things, but I usually use logic to think these things through. If a child was caught stealing, and that was his first attempt at the job, and then he got caught, depending on the judge's interpretation of the law, the child could be let free with a warning, or he could serve time in prison. But if we circle it back down to something as basic as that, increasing it exponentially into the fact of people's work, lifetime work, being taken, and nothing could be done about it. It's honestly something that it's quite painful. But the thing is, what flexibility, at what point do we judge? The last speaker just talked about using your software for malicious purposes. It actually brings me back to a story I usually remembered of a magician that told a broom and a bucket to clean the house, but then he actually forgot the spell that was used to stop the process. And over time, the entire house was flooded. When he went to the market and came back, he saw the entire house flooded because the broom and the bucket over cleaned. So at what point will that, what the factors I feel that should be considered here are: one, the judge. The judge should be one that knows the intricacies of the law. And the next thing I feel should be considered is the rigorousness of the law in itself. How point blank is the law on this particular issue, and are there any flexibilities that could give excuses or could warrant that sanctions be placed on this kind of activities? That's my take, and as always, I usually stand corrected.
Yeah, the irony of a Nigerian worrying about the law, everybody.
Aaron, mic's yours.
Okay, so that was a great take, Ground Zero. I would also like to think on this line that since AI, in my opinion, reflects a great deal how humans think and how humans evolve, do do you all think that is it possible that at some point in time AI could be graded depending upon how well it could think on its own? Like, do you think that it is possible? Even because when we look at humans, we can't always justify one person not acting their age or one person acting way too maturely for their age. So in a similar fashion, do you think it is possible to grade AI so that it can be categorized depending on how capable it is on thinking on its own? And secondly, uh, I feel that there are always two sides of a coin. Like, for example, earlier this day, I was thinking that what if we have an AI whom we feed data, say, for example, maybe common cold, right? And people just go on the website or whatever where the AI is running, and they just put in their symptoms for common cold that I experienced this, and that's it. And other people do that as well, and over a period of time it has a huge as data where it can say that these are not just the only symptoms of common cold but these are as well. But when I was thinking that, I stumbled upon the fact that in the end it can be manipulated as well. And that was a sad reality, to be honest, that even though we have something so great going on, something that is potentially going to change society can still be manipulated. And that is where I feel again and again that there should be legality, there should be some responsibility and accountability for AI as well. And that is when I thought that what if it is graded, so I would love to hear some thoughts on that.
Well, okay. Concerning the grading system, um, grading is actually a fundamental part of evolution because it's only those with the highest grades that pass the next step. That's just the basic way to put it. Now, if you as a person own a company, I'm pretty sure there are company owners here. One thing that they always put in mind before taking employees is efficiency. Um, if I could write a line of code that solves three problems, but you use three lines of code to solve three problems. Between person A that uses the first instance and person B, you as a company owner will know that person A is the one most likely to take that job. I believe that should answer, your question concerning the grading system. So the next thing, like I said earlier, you were kind of breaking out, so I don't know if it was my connection or yours. Concerning you raised a point about sorry, pardon me for this. You were raising a point about that same grading concept, and still on that grading concept, a lot of factors still needs to be considered. So I think the best answer to this question would be what I actually said in my statement earlier. Fundamental foundations. How are the basics interpreted? Because it's only when those basics are interpreted that complexities are built. So depending on how you interpret the basics, your interpretation of the basics might be different from someone else's interpretation. And while there may be a lot of similarities, when it gets to a complex level, those similarities begin to become differences. So I do not know if this in a way has answered your question, but that's my own approach towards the situation that you actually put there. And please, I stand open to correction.
No, I don't want to correct you, but I do think I have a extension of it, which is this is I think probably going back to what I think it was Mortal. I don't know. Mort. I think it was Mort that said that this was or Motival that this was a it depends on the instance. It depends on the bot. You can make it in all sorts of different ways. Actually, I think this was DAP that made this point before, that you can have different bots that prioritize different values, different metrics and measures of success. You use that example of an employee or a coder who can do in the same amount of time do 3 different functions that it takes another one to just do one. It's interesting as a as a founder, as an entrepreneur. I found, as a manager, I found that oftentimes the that's not the person you want, because oftentimes that person can have like personality flaws that mismatch with or values mismatches with your organization, and oftentimes I find myself making concessions on, like, is this the most fastest working, most efficient, most capable dev? And I much more favor things like loyalty, integrity, soft skills. I found are the harder things to develop in. If somebody's just a little bit lacking on the skills, I can just put them through a bunch of training courses, or give them ChatGPT now. So I think that I hope that kind of fills in some gaps too.
I want to start calling on some more hands, guys. A couple things. One, if you like the panel, if you like this talk, please consider giving everyone on it a follow, the co-hosts a follow. We really appreciate it. We try to get you guys good Socratic type conversations every week at the Aquarium. This has been a popular topic, and it's something that we're probably going to continue covering in different industries. So this is we're about excuse me, God, we're about to hit 3 hours. And we're going to keep going. I see a lot of people requested. So if you don't have anything to say, that's fine. If you don't mind moving down as a listener, I mean, so far as it seems, most of the panelists have something to say and they're raising their hands. But yeah, I'll try to get you up as soon as I can. There is a limit on number of speakers, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'd bring more people up. Let's go with Meta.
I'll add this and then I'll drop down. I got to go back to work, and then you guys can bring up some more listeners. But 100%, like, in the context of the way we use AI and ChatGPT, that it has to be measurable or demonstrable intelligence. Okay, so it has to be. You have to be able to grade it, whether that grade is A, B, C, D, or it might respond in a paragraph explaining how it made its intelligent decision, right? But it has to be demonstrable and measurable. Those are the properties of the intelligence that we're talking about now. Now, if you're talking about like intelligence, like I said, it's a very complex subject. If you're talking about like brilliance and genius and like crazy and it's intelligence that you can't really understand, then that's a different realm. But I'll leave you guys with that, and I'll keep listening. Thank you guys, and this is a great topic of conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, man. My lord, you're next.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so at and I totally forgot to actually introduce. My company is DAPT. We're a software development or DeFi software development firm, basically, that's building all sorts of tools. We are starting to actually use ChatGPT internally for various aspects on both the operational side as well as the programming side. Of course, it's to the programmer's discretion. But on the ops side, I can already tell you that we've used it to generate some SOPs, which I think is absolutely hilarious. Getting the structure more so down than the actual content. But it can. I see it as a tool that it can be used to supplement what you're doing. But at this current point in time, I do not see it as a replacer. It can use at because what's crucial to companies, especially like emerging companies, or like startups, or these type of things, it's the personnel. And if you have the right people that are working with you, that can't be replaced by ChatGPT. Not at this point at all. The creative dynamic, the kind of workplace environment, it just won't be the same. So while it can assist, and in the same way that on the programming side of things, GitHub Copilot really changed the game a lot for a lot of people. Like I personally use GitHub Copilot pretty often, and it allows me to work faster and more efficient and kind of move away from a lot of the grunt work and allow me to do what programmers do best, which is to think and problem solve, not necessarily to write the code and to do that kind of grunt work. So I use it as a tool. I don't think it's a replacer quite yet. You can use it obviously on the marketing front and within the business to write the rule sets, to use as a bouncing board, or the rubber ducky debugging, like what I mentioned beforehand. It's great for all these things, and as we continue, these type of experimentations will just get better and better. But the human factor and you being able to kind of work within the confines of your company and work with the people around you and really enjoy your day, because for a lot of us the work day is the majority of our life. We spend a good chunk amount of time at work and with our coworkers. If we don't like what we're doing, we're going to be miserable. So it's that factor is very hard to replicate right now in in machine learning and that type of stuff. Like I don't see it as a replacer at all. But there's that. I do unfortunately also have to drop off. Companies doing a bunch of internal meetings that I need to attend. But this has been an amazing conversation. I absolutely love talking about this with you guys. Great questions. I look forward to our next appearance and the next conversation. So thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you, Milord. You're welcome anytime, man. And obviously your insights are super valuable.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, so we got the Juggernaut. Welcome to the panel, and then we'll go to Zadra.
Yeah, thank you very much. Really interesting space. I must say, I've learned a lot. Thanks to all the panelists and to the hosts as well. Yeah, so just to touch on what Dapt also said, it's not going to be replacing humans anytime soon. Just to give a little bit of background of who I am. So I work in tech as a communications manager. So we for a company, we basically work with software developers, African software developers. Yeah, so also to touch on that again, what most of the international companies look out for is your soft skills and your communication skills. So they always say that as long as you know the foundation, everything else can be taught. So what they usually look out for is are you a good fit in the organization, and are you able to communicate effectively? So yeah, that's what they usually look out for. And in terms of AI, you cannot say. I think that it's never going to replace. It's what's it's going to be more like is how effectively we can be able to leverage AI. So if you look at some of the most mundane tasks, I think it's only going to make the human brain stronger. Whereby we stop bothering about some really mundane tasks like there's no reason why you should be able to store some math figures in your head when you can just have a calculator to do that for you. So all these really simple tasks that we shouldn't really be bothered about, we have AI to take care of that. And then I just want us to think of it this way. AI is going to be one with humans in terms of that. It's almost like we are going to be human cyborgs. We already see that happening with our mobile devices. Like your mobile phones, laptops, they're basically an extension of yourself, of your body. The only difference is that the threshold in which we enter the information is really limited. So you have to type. Right now, I can speak into the mobile phone, and then we have with the Apple Watches, No, really. So we have with the like Apple Watches, can like take your pulse. So it's like what's also happening with the like a metaverse right now. Um, you you cannot say it's going to replace. It's just the threshold. So by the time we increase the threshold, whereby it's able to predict our next move and is able to really look into our mind. Like I see that as the next step of like an AI. So it's never going to replace. By the time the threshold in which we put in information into AI increases, the we just like develop as time goes on.
Yeah, I'm also in the camp, at least for now, that AI is going to serve more to augment our abilities and our existence as human beings. I want to pass the
Yeah.
mic to Zadra.
Hey there, thank you so much. Okay, I love the last hour. I love to just listen for a while, because share the mic. But I do have another set of questions, and this one. First, how do we manage AIs? Like, is it coders or I'm assuming there's like a team of coders and there's a complex feedback loop that the AI judges whether it got something right or got something wrong. So let's start there.
Eventually, our
think
AI will only be the ones sophisticated enough to do that job. But
Okay, so that makes managing like erroneous information or like unregulated loops very, very dangerous in my opinion. So that's just a small point. But we talked earlier about how, and the Juggernaut touched on this, how when we get robots or AI software to replace a lot of the quote unquote menial jobs, it will shape the human connection and emotion. But I had a question. Do you think that there will be like some sort of social resistance from like the povertiest and lowest service class that depend on these kind of jobs, like that haven't gone to college, maybe they have a family too soon, or um, they're just unable to go to college for whatever reason and they're unable to attain those higher paying salary jobs or whatever? Do you think that there will be a social resistance for
they'll
that
love
kind
it.
of thing?
I think the prices will come down precipitously more than the job displacement or wage displacement will. So like costs of things will go down. You won't have to charge as much when you don't have to employ thousands of extra
Oh,
employees.
okay. So yeah, so you're saying, but then again, Josh, it's still knocking out a big class of jobs. But I assume that people will be in sort of management roles after this. Like you can be the oversight of the
So
cashier.
well, so it's just I think we have a trouble seeing into the future, especially when we're at event horizon of an age. We're transitioning into a new age, a lot like the Stone Age, which would be very hard to imagine the Stone Age before the Stone Age. Um, Imagine going back to the ancient hominids and like walking up to them, handing them a phone, like an iPhone. They wouldn't know
They
like
would use it to crack things open.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And or like a Black Mirror. That's what that's the shows in Black Mirror is you're looking into a phone that has no power, right? So it's like yeah, this is we're entering a new age and we won't be able to understand it, but every time we've made a major transition to like a new age, it's been the result of a significant amount of our time being freed up due to a major discovery and efficiency. So like farming, agriculture, right? That allowed us to like stockpile food, plan food, inventory food, collect together. We were able to survive fights better when we're together. So like, and because of that, we need to spend less time trying to live. Like we had to spend less of our day worrying about how to eat that night. And so, with that extra spare time, we just started to tinker and we started to clack things together and it made sparks and we tied things together and we blew shit up. Well, eventually, and that was what. And those are like this is just one of those. So we're gonna have a huge amount of free time open up, and then we're just gonna start doing something. But I promise you, we'll figure it out. Like we'll just all the things will re-rate. The prices will re-rate. The compensation will re-rate. The priorities will re-rate, and then we'll just keep going. It's all about relative, wealth, survivability, and having versus have not.
Josh,
agree.
I agree with you about the re-rating of society and kind of how everything's going to have to reset. But I think, Zadra, your point really is such a good one because we can't ignore or be blind to the fact that this will really turn everything upside down on its head. I've done a lot of kind of thinking about how I want to adjust my own business model from Web 2. I don't really do too much in Web 3 other than talk to you guys. But in Web 2, how am I going to adjust my own business model to actually account for how much is going to be replaced by AI, right? And so there are going to be a lot of people displaced. There's going to be a lot of change in the workforce, and there's going to be an opportunity to where if the people that are now working as freelancers, for instance, like think about all the people on Upwork, think about all of the freelancers that kind of profit by doing services that now ChatGPT could do, right? Copywriting, website building, even some level of coding, right? All of these things are going to be taken over by AI. There is a unique opportunity for those people who are profiting off of freelance work to move into, say, agency work, where they're able to utilize AI to still deliver freelance results to people, but in a different way. We can't ignore the fact, though, that for the lowest income groups and for people without the education, that they're not going to be able to jump on that wave or that trend. And so I do think that we move forward with some level of empathy and understanding and inclusion for people to bring them along on the journey with us as much as we possibly can, to educate people about this technology and to help show opportunities to people where we can. I think that that is kind of our moral imperative, but there will be also tremendous opportunity to make so much money and so much wealth. The people who put together AI agencies, the people who put together services based off of AI, right? We just saw Lenza essentially take a free AI, repackage it, and sell it for whatever it was, $15 a pop, and make millions and millions of dollars off of it, right? So there are plenty of opportunities to get rich off of this. But
It's who's going to
I
seize
don't
it. It's
think
who's
that
going to capitalize on that moment.
right, exactly. Who is going to take it up and take that mantle up and make millions, right? But I think we can't overlook the fact that this is going to have a significant impact. And I think the timing of all of this is really shocking. When you look in the macro economically of where this country is heading, or just even globally, if you look at the global macros, it's not super promising, at least for the short term. The next 3 to 5 years, I think, are going to be very, very difficult. So then to combine that with AI on the rise, it does make you wonder at the wealth disparity that we could be seeing.
Do you use
Yeah,
Upwork
because
to hire?
my oh, sorry, go ahead.
Did you say you were a writer? Or that you use Upwork? Because this is already happening. It's just interesting you mentioned that. The number of copywriting gigs, like available gigs, has the competition for it's gotten so high in Upwork, and the prices, the quotes have had to go down so much by actual career copywriters because if you're a copywriter, you're probably not like on top of the AI world so much typically, but like because of ChatGPT, it's just like kids. It's Web3 gurus. It's hackers who are basically going and they're bidding on these jobs. They're creating fake Docs accounts, fake LinkedIn accounts, and then they're buying someone else's account, and they're booking hundreds of copywriting jobs, and they're just plugging it into ChatGPT, and it's so good. And you can refeed output from ChatGPT back into it and ask it to like fix. You can just say fix it. You could even say there's a bug in this code, and it'll rescan it and like work harder. So to the error conversation before. So that's what they're doing, and they're making bank because they're able to also take way more gigs than you would if you're actually doing the writing. So they take like 100 gigs at a time. It's nuts.
Absolutely. Lola, I did want to make a point. I grew up in one of the poorest counties in Florida. My stepdad didn't know how to read until after he was married to my mother. And so that's the class that I think of. What are these people going to do that depend on a Walmart job? They depend on a cashier job or a stocking job at a grocery mart because the demographical area that they belong to just doesn't have that much employment. It's not that it requires educated employment, it's just that there isn't much employment around because it's a sparsely densely populated community. Gas station jobs or, paying people's bills. And so that's the population that I really think of because, one job taken over by a robot is like it's like I think it equated to about three real life people jobs because they are efficient. They're more efficient than humans. That's why Walmart wants to wants to replace us with them at some point. Now, do you think it will? And this is posed, I guess, directly to Lala. Do you think that um, having AI come into the jobs will kind of force people's hand into getting some kind of technical degree or certification? Do you think it will encourage people who have the ability to go and hire their education? Do you think it will kind of widen the gap, or do you think it will close it by having the people from the poverty gap who their families never went to college? I was like the first one of my dad's kids to attend college, so I kind of broke that. Now my sister's in college. Now my older brother's gone back and got his technical degree. Um, what do you think about that? Do you think it's going to help break the cycle, or do you think it will kind of propagate it even further?
This is a fascinating question, and my personal belief on it, but I would love to hear from the panel, as I'm sure we have experts up here who have far better insight than I do. But my personal opinion on this is that it will almost kind of be a funnel. So people who would have otherwise gone to school for coding, right, will now be, if they have any sort of technical bent, they'll be invested directly into machine learning. Everyone will begin to kind of funnel more so into machine learning, and you're actually going to see less and less technical training on things that people say are kind of moving things forward, right? Because whereas a developer could spend hours and hours writing code, now AI is going to be able to just spit it out like that, right? And so I think that you're going to see a lot of our technical workforce end up in the machine learning side of it, and I think that you'll actually see more of a decrease in the overall population going for more technical skills. I would not actually be surprised, Adra, if we end up seeing more emphasis on more of the creative side of things and the things that make humans intrinsically more valuable, right? So in a way, this could either go very, very badly or it could go very, very well, right? Because you could have a large segment of the population now being freed up to be able to be more creative, to spend times doing things that make us more human, more philosophy, more art. These are the types of things that people could now make a living off of, right? Because you're not having to work so much on the foundations of a society, programs, engineering. Those types of things could be really taken over by machine learning. There will always be a segment of humanity that needs to tend to machine learning, right? Otherwise, we won't have it. So I think that you're
Tiny,
going to
tiny, tiny
just
subset.
see more of a refunneling. But again, that's just my personal kind of belief based off of trends that I'm seeing. I again, I'm no expert on this at all, so I would love to hear from people that are.
And one final point before we open it to the panel, I agree with you, Lala. My personal opinion is that it's going to drive people into social welfare like jobs. Like we're going to have more nurses. Our nurse shortage is going to slowly start to decline as we have more people that are like, not surgeon scientist level smart, but they want to work with people and they start engaging in those social welfare jobs like case managers and managing stuff like that and the social side of things. Definitely policy development or childcare. I think we're going to have a lot of that open up. And I also think that in these huge shifts, in these huge societal shifts, we're going to see a lot more people take their power into their own hands. We're going to see a lot more self-contractors than we do right now because people are going to be like, not necessarily meant for a cubicle, but they're like, well, I want to take it into my own hands, open my own business, and get things going. And those are my 2 cents. So I'd love to hear from everyone too.
Is it okay if I chime in real quick? Okay, so what I feel is that when we talk about AI and how it would create and how it would affect the existing jobs, I feel a lot of us reflect what we personally think. I feel that when AI becomes more mainstream, every new thing creates a set of different problems, right? So when AI becomes mainstream, I think it is a bit silly to assume that we would have more people working in humanitarian forces or more people working in the creative aspect of things. I'm not taking shots at anybody. I apologize if it sounded a bit crude, but I do feel that every time something new pops up, it creates a different set of problems, a different set of complications of its own, right? So, like, say, when we were just talking about accountability and responsibility surrounding AI, that just in itself opens up a new arena of AI related legal aspects. And that means that people who were thinking, oh man, I don't want to do legal shit, are now just going to find a different sector to step into. So I think that's one fine example. I'm sorry.
I just think exactly.
No,
Yeah.
yeah, me too. That's so funny that you say that. Please continue.
Yeah, so that is why I feel that even when the concept of blockchain was introduced, we thought that it would be the leading force of the decentralized movement, right? But now we have a bunch of new problems. We have the problems of how to identify bad players if they are going to be anonymous, right? So what I'm trying to say that while invention is good, it is going to have a set of different problems and scenarios, and that will actually open up more jobs in the technical sector, all right, because more people will see that they can use their creativity in this manner. And secondly, this one's actually a bit crude. There are always going to be people which society pushes down, and that is simply for the reason that we need consumers. We need more consumers than creators and builders. And I know it sounds a bit rude, but I feel that that is the reality of the world that we live in. And to honestly, if it was up to me, I would just tell people to teach everybody something about technical shit, because bro, it is difficult to survive in this world if you are not aware of what is going on the tech sides of the thing. And I mean, that's just it. If you aren't going to teach people in school itself that all of these things are going on in the technical side of the world, then you are pushing them into a society, into a arena where something is vastly different going on than what they were told. And that is why I feel a lot of our youth feel confused by what should I do. I mean, I am speaking this from my personal experience. I'm like just 19, and I feel that I wasn't prepared well enough by my society and education system, that now I'm seeing like, okay, there's so much potential in the tech sides of thing, but I wasn't taught how to deal with it. So there's always going to be an imbalance between consumers and creators. And while it is horribly bad and it impacts a lot of people's lives negatively, that's just how things work. We should focus on improving both the side of the people's lives. Like, if I am a creator or if I'm a consumer, the society should be structured in a way that it benefits me, whether I'm on either side of the story.
How
So
did you
yeah.
find spaces? Because I think spaces, it speaks to your point about blockchain. Spaces are decentralizing society far faster than the blockchain is decentralizing society.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah,
I
Twitter
mean,
spaces you can learn more in a span of a 3 hour Twitter space than you could in a 10-week curriculum at university now. I'm serious. You get the
yeah.
right speaker panel, you get the right topic, and it's just the truth. It's going to change the game, and now you are
Mhm.
able to just arm yourself, right? You're coming here, and you've taken all your agency back really quickly, as opposed to
Mhm.
following this archaic system that your parents created for you, and where you learn out of a 50-year-old textbook that cost you $290.
So really quick, I'm going to jump in here. A lot of hands up. This has been a great space, and I want to thank my co-host Lala. She's going to be. I mean, she runs her own spaces and does a great job as a broadcaster. She's going to be leading the panel, kind of calling on hands and stuff, while I listen more and try to chime in more for the remainder of this broadcast. But really quick on the educational thing, on the education thing, I think a lot of us do feel somewhat failed by the education system, and I think that it's not completely flawed. For example, myself, I feel that I learned a lot more after college than I did during college. Even though I was working really hard during college, I just feel like a lot of the substance that I digested or that I consumed was it wasn't practical, and it wasn't tangible or applicable to real life. However, I think the flip side of that is that if you are going to go and join spaces, and you are going to go watch YouTube channels, and try to learn from courses online, then you need to, it requires a degree of proactivity that I think that a lot of humans either don't have because of the way that they were brought up, or they just don't have it because a lot of times you need to be told what to do. Most humans need to be told what to do. So that was kind of my 2 cents on that. But I'm gonna pass the mic to Lala, and then Lala is gonna facilitate the hands in the audience, or in the panel.
Yeah, absolutely, Noah. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. And this has been an incredible conversation. Thank you to all of the panelists. Really, we have spanned philosophy and just practical day-to-day living in this new era. So thanks, guys, for being flexible and flowing with the conversation. Let's keep it rolling. I want to throw it over to Mood. Feel free to hop in on any part of this conversation, and then we'll kind of narrow it down.
Thanks so much. This is a great space. My first time to speak in a space, and thanks for having me. I just, the world that I thought I was raising my kid in changed 2 weeks ago with the release of this chat thing, and I just got on there to sort of get my head wrapped around what am I actually dealing with as a parent, like what is happening, and I guess I have a couple of contributions to make because I've been using it every day to see if I can fix some pain of some kind. I don't have these high level abstract understandings of, like licensing or royalties or anything like that at all. I'm just looking at it, and this may be a useful mindset for some of the listeners, which is, I think you can think about solving a problem, like, build a better, wrench, or how this is going to fix a problem with in the world, or you can just find some pain and see if you can alleviate some pain. And the latter is actually really easy to do. So I just, my day job is I'm a massage therapist. I work with clients who come in with pain. And because our bodies are so brilliant and they self-organize so quickly, I found in my practice that if I just give, if I can give it a nudge, give that ankle the right nudge or whatever it is, their body will reorganize. They'll be lighter. They'll be out the door, feeling better. The pain will be alleviated. And I played my part. So one of the things I think this technology lets us do is actually care more, because it's so great at achieving some simple things. And I'll give you an example, just a simple example. My son was getting he's got braces. He's 10. He's getting the braces tightened. He's in the dental chair. He's had an argument at school with this kid named Jackson, and he's feeling tense. And so because he's tense, the dentist is having a hard time working with him, and he's wriggling. And the dentist says, "Hey, let me do my job." And I says, "Ezra, I'm going to get you let's do a story right now while you're in the chair." And I pull up the chat and I said, "Write me a story about Ezra and Jackson, where Ezra's being haunted by this ghost named Jackson. Tell it in a Scooby-Doo style. And when the problem is solved, I want to interview with Walter Cronkite." This thing starts writing a story. I mean, a for real great story. And it's got my son's name in it, so it's got his attention. He's distracted from the dentist shoving, tools in his face, tightening the braces, messing with him. And the story's fantastic. The ghost is haunting Ezra through the television. He's trying to use the remote. The remote won't turn it off. Jackson's still talking through the TV. Now, this is chat, 3.5. This thing is...
Did you give it those details, or did it create those little
No,
details?
it threw all that in there. It threw all that in there, right? I said, just give it to me in a Scooby-Doo style. And then it spits out, this awesome beginning. And I'm like, I spun up some nonsense like, hey, there's these pseudo events that the television, the media companies use to distract you from the truth. It worked it in. Okay. And so, then up pulls Scooby, and I said, just nudge the scene 10 to 15 lines, add the phrase Zoinks Scoobs, and then Scoobs suggests the solution. We're going to throw a fake news thing down the street and distract this ghost and pull it over there. Meanwhile, Ezra's forgot about his pain. He's getting his braces adjusted. For all I know, this might be the first instance of helping a kid remove pain in an actual dental session using an AI. They're silly, but I want to say something to comment to Meta's thing about what is intelligence here. So we can either say, what is the intelligence of the machine in terms of what it's representing, or we can look at it from our point of view. How is my duty of care, or how is my ability to care enhanced intelligently by having access to this gizmo? Which brings me to this one question: what the hell is the level of access to this going to be? Because I think that's going to end up being kind of the question. If this is all it takes, I mean, I've done less 10 times this week. If this is all it takes, then it's really just about the access to it. It doesn't matter what age you are. It doesn't matter if you've been to college. Forget about the college you went to. He's not going to go to college in the same world that I thought he was going to 2 weeks ago. Everything's changed. Back to you. And I got to run and go to a Christmas party.
Yeah, I have to run in about 15 minutes. I have this NFT space and we're doing a giveaway, so I will say goodbye, but thank you. In case I just drop out, that's why. Thank you guys for everything. This is amazing.
Yeah, Zadra, you've provided a ton of value. Thank you so much for being here. And everyone, please do follow the speakers before we have a few of them kind of siphon off to accomplish the rest of their day and their activities. Thank
Who
you
was the
both
dentist
for
dad?
being here.
Which guy was it?
Mood was just sharing the story about the dentist. I thought that was hilarious.
That was a great story, dude.
And it's interesting too, right? Because we kind of only think that, oh, this is going to be like helpful for technical job openings and technical assisting, and can kind of fill these admin roles or whatnot. But really, I mean, I saw something on the timeline the other day of it writing a full poem, like pages and pages long of poetry. So, whether stories, poems, I think that maybe I don't know, maybe this is something to discuss, but maybe we're not giving enough credit to the creative element of the chat. So that's something to think about.
It's a storyteller.
Absolutely, and
You
has
tell
so
that
much
story
to draw from to create compelling stories. So it's interesting. I mean, we do tend to pin AI into a very technical field, but even when you look at some of this AI art, I mean, this is like mind-blowingly good stuff, right? So it does kind of raise the question of where we might be headed in terms of AI contributing to creative fields. Sorry for the dog in the background. But let's keep it moving. I want to throw it over to Gaia who's been waiting for a bit. How's it going?
Great, thanks. I completely agree with Zedra and you and Aaron, and I disagree with Josh about the rising tide doesn't always lift all boats, and there. Ned Ludd and the original saboteurs who stuck their wooden shoes into the machinery, they weren't responding, or they weren't making a philosophical commentary on the Industrial Revolution. They were they were desperately upset because their food was not going to be they weren't going to be able to eat without earnings that the machinery was taking away. You have a big change like this, you have a few winners and many losers. And people who lose tend to get, as Aaron said, pushed farther, or Zedra, or both, get pushed farther and farther down. The gap between the rich and poor spreads. This is very
not true, because nations develop, everyone gets wealthier.
No, everyone doesn't. Some get dead.
America's the wealthiest country in the world. Our citizens doing better than any Nigerian.
Yes, but Josh, you have to remember that we also have a huge poverty gap. And that gap widens every year through our educational system.
Yeah, I call BS on all of us are better off, because there are people literally starving to death here too, and the average does not reflect, or the average is not the mean.
I know, but obviously the anecdote is not the average either. Like, um, I think that of course, anytime that there's going to be a major transition, there's going to be, say, uh, adversity, right? Like life is not easy for anybody. Life's hard. Life sucks, and there's going to be periods of more suckage and less suckage. But I promise you, it is better off than it's ever been in the history of humankind in America. Period. um, and it tends to it's kind of like zooming out in the chart, right? You got to look at the bigger trend, not the smaller corrections.
Yeah,
But
Josh,
you
I think a helpful differentiation here is is just simply macro versus the micro, right? So yeah, obviously, Gaophile, your point stands. I mean, I agree with you. I agree with Zadra when it comes to the micro. When it comes to the next few years, as culture shifts and as our workplace shifts, wow, tremendous changes, right? And tremendous displacement. But when you look at the benefits of, say, the Industrial Revolution, Josh is completely accurate. In the long term, right, we see poverty reduction across the entire globe, not just in one area, but you see the entire globe slowly but surely rising out of poverty, right? You have access to technologies in parts of the world that would never have even stood a chance or had a hope, right? So thanks to the Industrial Revolution, should we say that that should never have happened because of the people that got displaced? It's very tough because you have to grapple with these moral kind of conversations. And I don't like to identify as a utilitarian, right? Because I don't like anyone to ever suffer. But at a certain point, when we're looking at progress and technology that's inevitable, the big question that's important is whether or not in the long term this will benefit more people than it hurts.
You need
So
corrections. It's simple
I think
economics. You need them.
yeah, yeah. So I think it's possible to agree with both perspectives here. Having compassion in the shorter term time frame for people that are displaced, and I think the best thing we can do is provide education and try to bring as many people along with us as possible. Would love to hear from the panel on thoughts of ways that we can kind of protect people and bring people along as we move into this new era. But at the same time, agreeing with Josh that progress in the macro, I mean, technological progress can bring so many people up out of poverty that never would have had that opportunity. So I do want to keep throwing it to more hands. Love a good back and forth conversation, love a debate. So if you guys end up disagreeing with one another, I usually encourage that and just let it rip. So as long as we're respectful, I love a debate. Gonna throw it over to Fidgetal to chime in on this.
Hey, so I had a general thought, but to that point, evolution is defined by winners and losers. So much like crypto or NFTs, for an example, unfortunately, with wins come losses. The perspective is the most important thing. You guys are talking micro, macro. So micro, there is pain with everything that is growing. Macro, there is no question that this is going to lead us to a better end. And the fears that we have now about it displacing jobs is also tethered to our own evolvement. So the way we think about it now is irrelevant to how we will think about it once it's implemented. And we're humans, so we will always be faster and smarter than machine or intelligence in any way until we're not. What I was going to say is what people aren't focusing on the most, and I love this talk about art and creativity and stuff, and I think it's the most topical because it's what at the moment really separated us from machine, right? Was the ability for creativity. So we've hinged on this the sentient aspect of kind of infringement by this technology. The real impacts in this are business, in my opinion. So, for example, we're putting DAOs on chain, right? DAOs that actually work, that are mindful in the ways that humans interact in terms of efficiencies and grouping and freedom flows. The way that we are implementing AI then to learn humans in the form of business, I think is the biggest application of this by far. And that's where the most interesting part of AI comes in, for me at least, which is the looping that someone else mentioned. It's not just AI like a one time, here's a story, here's a narrative. It's, hey, here's a scenario, do an outcome. Take your outcome, plug that back in. That's a new scenario. And do that infinite amount of times to refine business and functionality. That is, in my opinion, going to be the biggest displacement thing. Like most of what I'm doing, Lala, we've spoken about this stuff. Most of what I'm doing in this space is trying to get rid of lawyers and trying to automate business and legality, right? To make humanity better. Initially, it's going to put a lot of lawyers out of business, but it's going to help the average person. So that's where I think this is really, really, really important. But we can talk about art and copyright all day, I guess.
I'm definitely more interested, Fidgetal, in what you're talking about actual displacement of kind of these normal jobs we've come to know, right? Like lawyers, doctors, for instance, right? You need a robot to install Neuralink. Like I'm interested in like these types of conversations about the workplace as we know it. You're right, we can sit around and kind of talk about art and creativity all day, but real world impact, what's going to get hit first? And I can see like real workplace displacement happening. But I also think that our fear can sometimes play too big a role in these conversations. We end up on a slippery slope fallacy where suddenly we're in a dystopian Ready Player One future, instead of really understanding that these things come in phases, right? We're not just going to wake up tomorrow and face a sentient army of assassin AI drones. We're
That's the hubris. Like we think we know what the future is going to hold, but we don't. And I think that we worry too much about it, and we kind of, in a lot of ways, it's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy. In some cases, but I think that we need to realize that our prior, the way we've prior thought about it, like, oh, we got to go back to higher education and develop a new skill. Well, this is the one time where no, like AI is going to eventually, and not too far off in the future, be able to make AI. Like it will do the coding itself. So you just really need to get really good at like communicating with it. It's just a communication thing. It's just a talking thing. It'll be with English. That's why we're tackling the language problem first, because you'll be able to just talk to it in plain English. You don't need to learn a higher technical thing.
Guys, the first stuff that's going to disappear, if you really want to know what's disappearing first, and it's what should be disappearing, accountants. Accountants will disappear real quick. If I can pull a ledger that's trusted and mutable, right?
I can make
if I'm putting
an automated process for you. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know, man. I know
Right.
some very talented accountants that would disagree with you, but I can see.
Well, no,
I can
that's
see
the point.
generally speaking what you mean.
But that's the point, right? I don't want to get rid of lawyers, right? I just want lawyers to be doing the stuff that lawyers need to be doing. So you put real estate on chain, real estate contracts on chain, wills, trusts, estates that automatically distribute according to intent. And then if you have disputes afterwards, then you could dispute. You get your accounting done, right? Your ministerial accounting done. And then the art of accounting comes in. You get your business systems done, and then you have a business expert assess the outcome and make sure the structures are best. So we're going to be evolving skill sets.
Look at that, damn prices up here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and just echo the words from everybody else about what a great and informative panel. I've had the opportunity through the spaces, and it was funny, Lala, what you were saying about what a great place this can be. I've had the opportunity to be on a panel with Elon Musk just in the last week or two, and interact with him a few times, and interact with other people that are interacting with him. And he was explaining how, basically like he went from 8,000 employees to 2,000 employees, and the site is still up. And I think his exact quote was like, "That's progress." He added $1 billion in expenses to the balance sheet, to the balance sheet, 12.5 billion in debt, which added $1 billion of expense in the current interest rate environment. And he cut probably about $1 billion in payroll as a direct sort of one-to-one. I know there's a lot of other issues there, and I'm not trying to push those aside, but I'm just sort of pointing out as like a real world
That's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
just sort of a real world. Yeah, thanks, Josh. And just pointing out just like a real world example of sort of like that, how this can go wrong and how this can be implemented. And, this is being seen as progress. I tried yesterday to press hard on a panel of like, yeah, but like, can we like just like follow the money here? Because in the panel, what they were saying and what Elon was sort of endorsing is like, because he's a billionaire, like he has a level of intelligence that should be sort of unquestioned. So they sort of like held that up on the one side, that his numerical value in the ledger kind of put him in a different class where we can't have a human to human conversation in the same way, or shouldn't even attempt to. And at the same time, when we tried to like get at where did those numbers actually come from, it was like, well, we shouldn't talk about that. So not to like kind of keep, taking things too far, but I just think, watching some of these implementations and then with the smart people listening and speaking, thinking about how we want to grapple with these challenges that we're facing.
Does
Dan,
he
you
see
raise
himself
a
that way?
really you raise a really interesting point too, which is that if we're even putting human beings on a pedestal based off of their financial status
Yeah.
and kind of having this unquestioning loyalty to them, how much more so will we do the same with artificial intelligence, given the high accuracy rate of kind of what we're looking at, and how that's going to change the workforce and everything else. It's interesting. Earlier when we started this space, we've been going for about 3+ hours, but when we started the space, there was a panelist, not sure if they're still here, that was talking about the errors of ChatGPT and a lot of the errors that were coming back when you would ask it factual questions. So imagining a world where we are heavily reliant on AI and still there being some error, but us all just kind of accepting error as fact is also a very interesting conversation. Dan, I don't know if you have thoughts on that,
Yeah.
but would love to throw it back over to you before tossing to some of these other
Yeah,
hands.
I do, and I'll try to answer that, Lala, and also the question that Josh posed as well about how he sees himself. I mean, maybe about 10 years ago, I remember hearing about Peter Thiel's book from all my entrepreneur founder friends, and they were all obsessed with it. We were all reading it, all talking about it, and the people recommending it to me, to be fair, have numerically achieved more than I have. And so I read it. We talked about it. I'm in a few different book clubs, and I enjoy that. And in that book, the whole concept of 0 to 1, there are points where he talks about it in the sense of like billionaire is sort of one. That's the way to have significance in life, is to be a billionaire and to exert that level of control over our existence, the reality that we have here. And he talked about how the only way to become a billionaire, other than through inheritance, corruption, or crime, was to have a monopoly that you can control, because then you'll gain pricing power over your employees and your consumers. And then I think you throw in, and keep in mind, Peter Thiel is one of Elon Musk's, longest associates, and they co-founders of PayPal and stuff. So not saying that Elon Musk necessarily endorses everything Peter Thiel says, that wouldn't be fair, but it gives you sort of like a little bit of a flavor of the background. But I think the last point I'll make is how the political divisions and that just the divisiveness in politics and the media and in our culture basically allows us to sort of look the other way on a lot of this stuff, because there's a lot of people that are, maybe for valid reasons, like pretty upset about what was going on in social media, and happy that Elon exposed it. And if 6,000 people need to lose their jobs to make that happen. But just to brass tacks it, when I pressed Elon, he's like, well, Twitter would not have survived without me. So it was worth it for Twitter to have an extra $1 billion of expenses. Essentially, what he's saying is he is worth more to Twitter by being the owner than those 6,000 employees of Twitter. And there were a bunch of Twitter engineers on the call and everything, or former Twitter engineers. So I asked them how they felt about it. And you know, they didn't really directly answer. They demurred, but you know, I don't think
I feel like I feel like I've been observing a personality change in him. Like that's why I asked you the question because I've never been that close to him, so to have like a direct conversation with him. But I feel like I can point to some tangible personality changes, and I don't know. Look, he's human, right? I'm not saying that in a judgmental way, but the idea that the idea that just for context, guys, if you don't know who Dan Price is, Dan Price is the famous CEO who took a pay cut so that what was it, the minimum salary was $70,000 for engineers.
Well, we raised it to 80, and yeah,
Yeah.
and we had like, you know, like, you know, I've been pointing out, like for example, that if you haven't gotten a 16% raise in the past 2 or 3 years, right, like you're not even keeping up with inflation. Like we averaged 27% over that time. So we actually think that like taking care of the human beings involved in a business should be like a core function of the business, basically.
He's ideologically antithetical to Elon. I think it's very interesting that you're on a panel with him, and I'm fascinated to hear more about how the conversation went, and just what the dynamics were of it
Yeah, the
all.
last thing I'll say real quick, Josh, just plus one also to what Lala said. Like, don't idolize me. Don't idolize Elon Musk. You know, like I really like Lala's approach that she said, and your approach too, Josh, of like, you know, let's analyze these things, not demonize or idolize, and really try to analyze and get to the bottom of what's going on. So appreciate y'all having me on, and thanks. I'll let other people speak for a while.
By the
Thanks
way,
for coming
just
on.
a quick add on to that. I was in that same panel and I got a similar feel. While I was on that panel with you guys, my boy Fonz was was literally the voice of Twitter. He did get fired. Uh, Him and a bunch of other friends who were super high up in Twitter in terms of important positions were messaging me that they were not upset that they were let go. That those with transferable skills were actually excited. They understood the pain of the transfer. They completely actually agreed with Elon's decision making, and were actually happy to be able to take the things that they've learned in their skill sets and explore other opportunities where they could feel actually more fulfilled. So they felt somewhat unfulfilled
What a
at Twitter.
complex situation. I love that.
That's great to hear in those individual cases.
Meaning the inefficiency that Elon is essentially pricing out, right, was something that was reflected in the human condition that was only recognized in being considered inefficient.
How would you?
It's an interesting conversation.
How do we grapple with the larger social issues if you sort of project that forward with the discussion?
I think that's the point of AI, right? I think AI is going to drive maximum efficiency, both in terms of business and people. So if we're talking about where things go, I don't think we can predict where that goes, but I do believe that it is an increase in human quality and value that is not necessarily directly attached to money, but the correlation between money and purpose.
The next 3 Ubers might be from the 3 of those devs, right? And that might create a lot more prosperity. But it's all about this cycle. It's all about that ebb and flow and what's going to happen in the interim, right?
Like Garrett Camp, right? Think about what's his name, his horrible partner. I've spoken with Garrett about what's his name. Uber Eats would never really be what it was if Kalalnik hadn't been kicked out, right? He made that, I think he did a $500 million investment into Uber Eats back in the day. So we all have our skills and we all have what value is. But for me, at least, Web3 has proven the beautiful ability to live freely and make money and appreciate humanity a lot more. And I think that's where we're going.
So basically what I'm hearing is that, like, yeah, it might empower, you know, corporations and other actors, but it will also empower people, and that the net will be positive for people.
It could. I mean, I just don't know. I think it's also that's going to be negative for some people too. But I can't imagine having the wisdom to say which is which is more, which is worse. It's kind of like comparing 2 different pains across the globe. It's like, it's not a thing. Yeah, the relativity of it is just not a thing that I can fit into my head.
I couldn't
just
get
think that,
off
go ahead.
mic fast enough. Go ahead, Fidgetal.
I just think that the most important thing in life or in the evolution period is accepting instead of fighting it. I can go into a whole deep religion conversation, but I won't. But I don't think that, I think the losers at the end of the day are the people that fight growth and evolution because it's inevitable. So rather embrace it.
Dan's completely right, though, that I think I don't think anyone would argue that what we can definitely do is support them as in every way that we can in this transition, because these are still people who've like lost a job just before Christmas.
Well, and I think that empathy piece is so important. Dan, something I love that you said, and I want to quote you in a tweet, is preserving the humanity and taking care of the humans that work for your business. That's going to be increasingly important as we move into this AI age. I think even more so than right now. And we struggle right now to protect the humanity element in business. So if we're struggling now, it could tell us that we really need some work on this before moving into this AI age. But Fidgetal is so right. Josh is so right. I mean, this is inevitable what we're moving towards. So I think that a philosophical conversation around how we do protect and preserve humanity, especially within this business context, is super important. I do want to throw it back over to Gaiophile because I know that we were kind of in a back and forth there for a moment, and I never was able to get back to you for either a rebuttal or commentary. So I do want to throw it back just to get your thoughts before we move on.
She's gonna disagree with me. Spoiler alert.
Surprise. But if I go ahead, also, I do just want to let everyone know, if you do have something to share and you're on the speaker panel, please go ahead and raise your hand. I will be rotating a couple of speakers. We do have some experts in the audience who I would love to bring up, so please don't take it personal if I do move you out, just to allow for more voices in the conversation. But Gaiophile, back over to you.
Oh, there's so much. I haven't kept notes. Love the story from Mood Angel. That is amazing, and again, and I like some points that were made. Lots of them. It's one of the, I like biomimetic analogy. I like to use nature as models for what I'm seeing in the digital world and the economic world. So like what we've got right now, create this system of a few winners and many losers. It's it works in some contexts where where competition is the dominant model, but in nature we don't see that nearly as often as we've been in the habit of seeing it, because we've been looking for competition and not cooperation. We looked at the Darwinian model and took it way farther than intended, and love and use this nature red in tooth and claw paradigm to as a lens through which to filter reality around us. Cooperation is just as common as competition, and can exist in the same relationship too. And we have a situation with increasingly holistic threats, and it demands increasingly holistic responses. And I have used before the analogy of humans as cells in the body politic, perhaps the nerve cells, because we're the communicators, especially with the use of technology. Now, one thing you don't see in the cells of the body is cutthroat competition. When that happens, you know the outcome. It's not the body as a whole dies, which the living skin of the earth is in no trivial risk of experiencing. Well, maybe we wouldn't kill the entire planet, but we would definitely wipe out whole trophic levels including our own life support system, if we keep on this track. One of the things that might be contributing is in this capitalistic model where the incentive, where the only acceptable incentives are personal gain. We have this financial system geared toward this. In the body, each cell gets the living it needs, and is and signs of distress are attended to, not necessarily in a supportive way, but frequently. More blood flow, immune cells to deal with the trouble, and if necessary, to gobble up anything that doesn't look like a healthy cell. Of course, we'll have to do something different here, and we've got lots of species involved. You heard about the 30 by 30 at the International Conference on Species on Biodiversity this week. That's a great step, but we have to. We can't. If you get what you measure, you can't look for solutions that make people, or even the average person, a theoretical being, you can't look for what delivers income. I think what we have to do is look for what solutions deliver the necessities of life, and how the system handles the people ecological units who fall through the cracks.
Gaia, I think that that's a beautiful sentiment too, because we are driven by money. Our capitalist system is very driven by money. We follow the money, and we oftentimes do forget that human element and protecting our earth, protecting each other. And I think it's a beautiful sentiment. I might be saying giving a hot take here, but I actually don't think that we're really in the position to be able to freely operate off of what is best for the earth, what is best for each other just yet. I think that there is so much scarcity mindset, and there's such a culture of kind of greed, and there are wealth disparities to the extent that it's very hard to have a culture of everyone just do what's right, everyone just protect each other and protect the planet. I think that we will reach a level of technological advancement where the necessities are taken care of, right? People, I do have a very optimistic outlook on the future. I think AI will be incredibly helpful towards this end if we steward it correctly, to eliminate poverty in the long run. I have a very optimistic view, and at that point, it will be a lot easier for humanity and for society to make decisions based off of what is best for us, as opposed to this capitalist structure. And I do appreciate you reminding us of that and giving us that perspective. I want to keep it moving along because we have had hands that have been waiting for some time. So Gaia, I will get back
just
to
a
you.
moment, just a quick point.
Gaia, I appreciate you so much. Do throw up your hand again, and I will circle back to you. But I do just want to throw to some hands who have been waiting for well over 45 minutes to speak. So appreciate you, though. Let's throw it over to Madagascar. Please feel free to hop in on this discussion. It's been a great one so far.
Hey guys, yeah, Noah asked me to come back up. I guess somebody had a specific question for me. If not, then I'll go back to listener.
Yeah, my buddy Isaac had a question, but I think he dropped off. But he's also an engineer, and he was a bit curious about how you're helping or how they're using GPT to code. Simply because he was trying to do the same thing, and he would get a lot of incorrect answers, and he'd get a lot of bugs in the code that is being spit out. Honestly, I'm not the right person to address that or ask that
I'll
question.
tell you exactly, and I'm sure there's people in the audience that are appreciating this. So what I wrote was basically a piece of software that would go and find emails for me. Okay. And the way this software works is it uses the Google API, right? It uses the Google Places API and it searches for places. And then it uses the Google Search API and it searches for web URLs based on the names of those places. And then it goes to the website and then it finds an email address and then it starts collecting email addresses. So this software, I wrote it entirely with GPT-3, with this ChatGPT. Sorry guys, I'm a little autistic and a little dyslexic, but yeah, I wrote it entirely, and I do it in modules. So I'll say, you know what? Write me a piece of code where I can write me a Java code where I can give you a string argument, and you will call the Google Places API and return me a list of places, iterating through them and doing a system out. So then I'll take that program, I'll run it, make sure it works, make sure it's using the version of the API. If there's any errors, sometimes it'll just make nonsense code. So you got to be careful, right? And then you have to say, you know what, use another library or use it specifically this way. So so then you just take the other component and you just keep plugging them in, you know. So what took me like what would have taken me a month of frustration and headache and probably not the right implementation, probably I would have had to redo it 3 times with 3 different libraries. I did it in like an hour, dude. And it's a game changer. There's no going back. The world has changed, people. Like it, like that guy said, you know, with the story and the kid, you know, the world has changed and it's never going to be the same again. Like, that's my opinion.
Awesome, man. Well, I appreciate the insight and sharing. I can't really respond to it as I'm not a developer, but I just, yeah, that's what I wanted to bring you up for, and hopefully you can listen back to this broadcast and share some insight next time. But I'm gonna pass the mic back to you, and you can facilitate again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's crazy. We put in a request into the chat to basically write a proposal for a project that our agency was undertaking, and it spit out a full proposal. I mean, just pages long. And then on top of that, asked it for a budget for that proposal, and it broke down a budget that was just absolutely remarkable. So even from a non-developer standpoint, like even if you run an agency or you run a business, the ability to in seconds do something that would have taken me hours to do and hours of research to make sure I'm not, putting out a number that is, too high or too low, and pricing things correctly and making sure all of that is eliminated, right? I mean, you could still fact check and make sure that you're not, that it's not giving you any sort of anything crazy, but generally speaking, I mean, you can trust what this is outputting. And so it was just remarkable even on a non-developer standpoint. So thank you for sharing that. I want to welcome Ravi to the stage. We haven't heard from you yet, and it looks like you have a lot of experience to bring to the table, so feel free to hop in.
Well, thank you so much, Lala. I don't know if there's anybody before me, but just to share a very interesting, piece of work that we're supporting back in India. I think for the last 2 years, we've been, especially on your point, Lala, about elevating, moving people out of poverty, contributing to planet. So I do a lot of work on sustainability, AI and Web3. And one particular project that I've been working for the last 2 years is really train about 5,000 teachers across the Central Board of Education in India to embrace AI and interface that with sustainability and find some social entrepreneurship solutions. And it's been 2 years in running. I'll share more information in the Twitter thread that I'll create. But just to say that, on 1st of January, we're taking that to 25,000 schools across India, creating hopefully entrepreneurs of the future. Because as you said, people are losing jobs, but we know for sure that, this opportunity is going to create a lot of employment, entrepreneurship, and probably some of the amazing solutions for planet Earth that we don't even know of. So I think this whole, amalgamation of ChatGPT with AI, with solutions on sustainability and planet is going to create something huge. So government of India, which is so interesting because, I've been on some other, Web3 discussions, and it's been quite interesting because some of the work happening in India has been really looking at middle school students, high school students, and higher ons to really look at green skills and green technology. But the green technology has to be in line and in sync with the whole change in AI, etc. So really, I was very intrigued, and that's why I jumped onto this chat. I'm so happy to connect with some of the people. Of course, a big fan of Dan. What you've been doing to really bring on people and take them to a professional level. Equality is something that I really resonate with, and Lala really was so amazed to see a very clear commitment on issues of ending poverty, promoting equality, and of course ensuring that sustainability is heart and center. And I led about about 3 weeks ago. I sent that to Noah, a Twitter chat with some very interesting young entrepreneurs from India, where we're looking at that you cannot achieve the green skills revolution if it's not in sync with AI. It has to be. That has to come together. And I think I'm very optimistic, like somebody else said. I think we will find some amazing solutions that we can't think of right now, and including some huge amount of employment, entrepreneurship opportunities, especially with Gen Z. I think some of us have already been typed the way we've been socialized, but the Gen Z is really, really thinking. And I don't know what's happening with some of my folks. I live in New York, but some of our folks back in India, there's something definitely brewing there. So we're excited. I just thought I'd share that, some optimism and some interesting work happening back home in India.
What about me? Am I not popular in India?
You are.
I work on my India PR.
Absolutely.
That's awesome. Ravi, thank you for sharing that. So interesting to hear how this is all developing in different parts of the world. So we really appreciate your contributions. Want to pass it over to Motto. It's been a minute since we've heard you speak, so feel free to hop in.
Hey, what's up? This has been pretty much an amazing 4 hours. My battery's almost dead, and I changed my notes up like every 20 minutes about what I wanted to say. But I think just going on what Josh was talking about before, and Gaiophile, there's this idea with machine learning where I feel like we don't know where it fits in, like what stage of the internet it fits in. Like we assume it fits in to Web 3, but I actually think it fits into Web 2. And that's kind of where I think my major concern is, even though I'm super optimistic about it, and I know that it'll open up so many new things. Just like with all the displacement in Web 2, like I feel like if we don't get machine learning and AI in under the umbrella of Web 3, it's going to be hard to govern it. It's going to be hard to run governance with all the issues that we brought up today. And like Dan, you mentioned the Peter Thiel book. Like, I remember reading that too and thinking like it was the best thing ever. And it ended with like, be a monopoly, right? And I'm like, oh, wait a second. So, winner takes all mentality with Web 2 has gotten us to where we are right now. There's 5 or 6 apps that we use. All the traditional business models have been disrupted and jobs have been lost for good and for bad. But when we think about like where machine learning, where chat fits in, where AI fits in, I think we should do our best to advocate, in discussion, that it should go into Web 3. It should have some level of governance rails, because it's not going to have the regulation that the internet community wants it to have without it fitting in one of those buckets. And with that, I'm going to bounce. I had an amazing time. Thank you for having me. See you next time.
Motto just dropping the regulation conversation on us and dipping. I'm
Yeah.
not sure how I feel about that.
Wow,
There's
yeah,
so
way to
much to
set fire to our
unpack there.
crops.
Really out. This was amazing.
You fucking arsonist.
Thank you all.
Later.
Thanks, Motto. We really appreciate you. Yeah, there is so much to get into on that front. I mean, just in general, regulation of technology is hard enough to tackle. We have a lot coming down the pike with crypto, NFTs. That whole space is on fire right now, and that's what I deal with daily. But AI regulation is something just even more entirely intimidating. So I don't know if we want to get into that all today. I do still want to get through these hands first, so let's do that. Want to pass it over to Sumik. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing.
So,
I
Lala, I'm
never.
going to bounce.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to say that the regulation conversation fits into the same mold we're talking about, which is don't be afraid of it, embrace it. It's inevitable. I'd love to spend, as an attorney, an entire 3-hour space talking about how we properly prepare for inevitability, especially in the legal field.
Shoot me a DM. I'd be happy to have you on a space, and we can do that one-on-one or with the panel as well.
Who's talking? Who's talking?
Noah's
Noah from
speaking
Whale
right now. Yeah, the host.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, Fidgetal, that we might have to ask Noah for a part 3. This is the second in a series of ChatGPT spaces. People are just so interested in this, and obviously it's so accessible. AI is no longer like this far off thing that's really difficult to understand and use. Now all of us can use it, so people have really been loving these conversations. So yeah, Noah, we might have to do a part 3 with Fidgetal here and discuss regulation in the future, because there's a lot to get into there. But Robbie, I did see your hand shoot up. Did you want to briefly comment on that line of logic before we continue on?
Very quickly, just to give another group which I'm working on, which you will probably love, is the cryptopreneurs in India, which are about 16 to 18 years old, that are being trained into crypto and Web3, and we're hoping to bring together about 25 or 50 of them next year for a week in New York to really look at, how do you, like you said, somebody said, the lawyers will be out of business, but I mean, look at the whole Wall Street, right? And we know for a fact that blockchain is going to be made, will ensure accountability. And I think that many folks back home in India. So we're also looking at how do you really bring in and kind of, completely disrupt the way some of the financialpreneurs have been really working in India. So cryptopreneurs are something we're really investing in back home in India, 15 to 18 years old, getting them on the right skills, even if, there's been lots of support coming from, the Ministry of Finance. So I don't know if anybody else is working with this particular cohort, 15 to 18. I'll be very intrigued and ready. Would like to hear more about that. Connect with me, and it'll be great to bring you on board.
I am not the 15 to 18-year-old part. That's not allowed here in America on the internet. But definitely the what you're saying about like the accountability on the blockchain, on the ledgers.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is something that I'm deeply involved with. The way you solve it is through innovation, through technology. There's just not a lot of really great. Having great ideas is one thing. Being able to productize great ideas is really tough. That's something that I've learned. I got the scar tissue to prove that. So I think that this space just has a lot of early adopters still, and those are your weirdest ones. Those are you know. Hackers. They're your misfits. Your ones who are going to break stuff. So the space is just going to fill up with more real operators, and I'll DM you about some of the stuff I'm working on.
I do want to pass it over to Aaron, who's been waiting very patiently and waving at me. So Aaron, let's get you in on this.
Yeah, thank you so much. The reason is that I just don't like to disrupt the conversation when it has moved on to an entirely different topic. So yeah, but still, thank you very much for letting me speak. I want to circle back to something that you said earlier, that you are optimistic about the future. And I agree with that, because when Gaia was talking about, how this potential change in the ecosystem is just going to create more losers and again few winners, I don't agree with that. If we look back at all the major advancements that have happened, like you cited the industrial revolution, right? Its point was to touch more people's lives and improve their quality of life. I agree that it created its own set of problems, but that is the thing with everything. When you implement or when you try something new, it will of course have a different set of problems which correlate with it and which most people have not seen beforehand, right? And similarly, I feel that way about AI as well. A lot of people might feel that, oh, I'll be out of job, or it may affect my job, or my employer won't need me anymore. But I feel that just like every other major advancement, the advancement of AI will also be focused on how to touch more people's lives, how to make their lives more easier, how to improve the quality of their life, right? So I just feel that we're unnecessarily fudding on AI sometimes, but that's just how things are. I agree that it will create a different set of problems of its own, but technically speaking, all the advancements that have happened in the last 2 centuries have seen that they have gradually uplifted more people out of poverty. Now, secondly, we love to talk a lot about, how society, that society, this, but we are the ones who constitute that society. We are the ones who run that society. And there's a certain degree of responsibility that all of us have to improve our quality of life, to touch other people's lives. I just feel that it's a bit, you know, um, uninformative to, complain about something that we are not completely aware of, right? So for all the people out there in the audience, AI is not the malicious thing that you see in movies. It can improve the quality of your life if you embrace it. Like, a lot of people are like, now, AI art should be banned, or AI art should not be allowed to, prosper. But the thing is that this technology has been in advancement for decades. You cannot ask for the absolute erasure of something which has been developing for so many years. It just doesn't make sense. So that is why I feel that if we educate ourselves more on what is happening, there are so many more opportunities for us. Like, personally, if I didn't try to step into a zone which was out of my comfort, I would probably be upset about how the technological advancement is taking away my chance from a traditional job, right? But now that I have stepped out of my comfort zone, I am exposed to so many new ideas, and all of that when I'm just 19. So, to me, the greatest thing you can do for yourself and for the society is to explore and put yourself out there. And with that, I feel that AI is not going to steal your job, or AI is not going to ruin your future. It is there for you to improve the quality of your life. Sure, it will create some problems, but I mean, chaos is a ladder. You will find opportunities in that as well.
Aaron, I couldn't agree more with that sentiment. I think that there's so many opportunities with each wave of change. And if you are this creative brain that we are all sitting around saying no one can be as creative as humans, like humans are irreplaceable, great. Put that creativity to use. Look at what's coming down the pike and apply yourself, because there are so many opportunities to build alongside of AI and to build business structures that facilitate this technology. I truly believe it will make people millions and billions of dollars if they leverage it correctly. And the problem today is that anybody who wants to become an entrepreneur, they go to YouTube and they find out what everybody else is doing, and they don't realize that that is 3 to 5 years in the past, right? Those people are telling you what they did in the past to get to where they are, and they're telling you their Facebook ad strategy. They're telling you how to do SEO. They're telling you all of these things that were really effective in the ads boom of 2017, or really effective in the introduction of Instagram with social media marketing. They're telling you these things, right? But they're not telling you what's coming down the pike. They're not giving you the future. That's the beauty of Twitter Spaces. I feel like we're coming together and we really exclusively talk about the future, right? None of us are sitting here opining about the past.
That's if they're not straight scamming you
Right.
to begin with.
Right, yeah, and there's been such an so many people profiting kind of off of selling you this information that is long since gone, and a lot of people try it and it's not working, and they're like, well, why not? Right? And so it's because we need to look to the future. And so I think if we can really understand what tools are becoming available to us in the next year to 2 years, there can be an entirely new class of entrepreneurs that rise up from this that could make generational wealth. So I think maybe we should focus more on that than on trying to flip one NFT for a couple $1,000s, and or doing these one-off kinds of things and really build. Dan, did you want to chime in on that?
Yeah, Lala, with your permission, thank you. I just wanted to say about Aaron, I wish at 19 I had the mastery of being able to critique the system the way Aaron does, and then also differentiate and have like a personal strategy for how to thrive or excel, or play Aaron's part in that system. So those are sort of two different conversations, and I love the way Aaron has the mastery to differentiate between the two.
I was barely recognizable having a human brain at 19, much less doing these things that you just outlined.
Josh is just a full AI at 19. No humanity detected. No,
No,
I
I
love
mean, I
that.
mean, complete like other direction.
No, what I love so much about this forum and Twitter Spaces in general is it allows you to have nuanced conversations. Much to Dan's point, Aaron, I commend you as well for being able to have that nuance and being able to grapple with multiple issues at once. In our social media age, I think we get very used to sound bites and they're very political and very polarizing, and almost the more controversial you are, the more likes and engagement you get. Twitter Spaces is kind of changing that a little bit. We're now able to discuss and go back and forth and be like, wait, that's not what I said, or wait, this is what I really meant. And in the end, I've rarely left a Twitter space where people hate each other. You can be on polar opposite ends of something and still find some common ground. So huge kudos to everyone participating today. I think that there has been a lot of common ground found and a lot of fears worked through as it pertains to AI. So Sumik, I do want to throw it over to you again. So sorry if I'm butchering your name, but you have been waiting, so I want to toss the mic over. And if
I'm
you're
sorry.
talking,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
unable to hear
I'm
you.
sorry. Some call came in. I'm on my mobile device as usual. Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you just fine.
Okay, no, it's a fascinating conversation. I've been listening in. I learn every day when I join these spaces. So thank you for having me here. Um, 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 One thing I wanted to
You're
make
welcome.
first of all, like we're looking in my job, I'm looking in evaluating various kind of tools, how GPT and GAN related GAN-based AI tools can improve the workflow and improve productivity of workers. I mean, it looks like a lot of things can be done at exponential speed. So if there are any startups here with interesting thoughts, ideas, or products or prototypes, even prototypes, please do DM me and we can have a meaningful conversation offline. And having said that, I spend a lot of time in the data centers playing with either for AI training, like big GPUs stuff, and also fast inferencing cards. Some of the new generations, they call it NPUs, neural processing units, that are specialized ASICs for a specific AI functions. Some specialized for computer vision, like video analytics. Some specialized for something else, so like for example, like large language models. So having said that, one of the things it's exciting for us as engineers, and also alarming if you put the regulator hat, which I know that's a forbidden term here, so I apologize in advance. Um, that what we used to see 10 years ago that was executed for inferencing. Inferencing is fast, training is slow. We all know that it takes time. Even training is getting faster, especially with synthetic data. So with the way things are getting fast, it's at an alarming space. Um, I mean, we scanned like 17,000 square kilometers of the Earth in matter of like 1.2 seconds, something that we could never imagine that we could do it with a single server back even like 5 years ago. So having said that, if we extrapolate this capability to art and NFTs, once the AI is trained to using whatever network you use like an adversarial network like GAN or some derivative of the GPT, then we have, as an artist, we have superhuman capabilities to generate very high quality art, which is at some point maybe indistinguishable from human generated art at very high speed, and with high speed comes high volume. So
Well, just remember, art NFTs are just the very like infant form of what NFT tech is going to be. So just bear that in mind as you're considering like how you're
yes,
configuring for the future.
thank you for this. And we're talking about the future here, so I thought I would take the liberty to kind of like extrapolate and not being paranoid here or anything. So if we print a lot of money, we have a phenomena called inflation. So, and it's a question, not a comment or an opinion. The question is, if we proliferate using powerful AI with supercomputers, printing out art NFTs at very low latency, does it cause an inflation in the NFT marketplace? And if it does, how does it hurt artists who had put a lot of time and physical manual labor in producing this? Okay, so that's one point. The other point is, what if AI self mutates? I mean, I'm not getting into the Armageddon Terminator stuff, but if the AI becomes out of control, then one of the panelists had a good point, like who do we who do we hold accountable? So, like for example, when I use my FSD, if I get into a crash, I cannot go to the judge and say that it's Elon Musk's fault. His team didn't develop it right. It's my fault because I signed the waiver that I'm originating the function and I'm responsible for anything that happens. Okay, so so having said that, does it make sense in future to have some kind of like an oversight body to protect us, creators, humans, from something, some rogue AI that goes out of control? You know, I mean, the inflation happening because of these NFTs using AI. I think even though it is at a very early stage, AI art, it's gonna happen. I can tell you, I have raw data from the lab. I can see the way things are getting faster. It's pretty scary. Okay, I hope it is used for the betterment of humanity and not in an adversarial way. But yeah, I mean, I would like to hear people's thoughts. Like, what makes sense? Like, who will govern this if it goes out of control? Like, for cyber defense, we know this for decades. Like, malware, if it causes any damage, we'll trace the route of the malware, find the malicious actor, and hold them accountable. But what if AI mutates in mid course and changes direction? How do we handle it?
I asked ChatGPT this question, and it answered me. I'm going to try to find it. I'll pin it if I can find it.
Yeah, Josh, we
I
were
asked
going
ChatGPT
on
only
we were
one
going on
question:
this road.
what is the meaning of life? And it crashed. I have to ask it again. So
Yeah, Josh, in the first hi
yeah,
everybody.
that's pretty
I'm
much it. I'm
so
open
pissed.
to feedback, opinion, and thank you again, Lala, for having me here. I appreciate it.
I'm so pissed I missed this one, Noah. I mean, I made the first one in
What up,
its
Bumpus?
entirety. What up, brother? What's up, Josh?
Hey
Hey,
man,
everyone.
you're here now, and this has been going for a while. So
Yeah, you
just
guys are 4 hours deep, and it's
yeah,
so
yeah,
crazy. You guys were
go for
talking
it,
about.
man. Share
Yep.
insights. Share
Thank you,
insights.
my
We'd love to
bro.
hear it.
I've been foaming at the mouth, and Lala, nice to meet you. We haven't had the pleasure, but it's very cool to meet you. This discussion regarding AI ethics is something I'm honestly obsessed about. There was a poll out recently with regard to, are AI artists real artists? And my answer is yes, they are. We cannot shame art in any way, shape, or form. And just because someone doesn't have the talent to create art just by magically they're great on Procreate, or they're just an amazing artist, just by hand or by paintbrush or however they, or by photography. We shouldn't discourage people to utilize the technological tools at the available to create art. However, now we come up with the conversation, I guess the ethical conversation of whether it's the same or it should be considered maybe a different bucket of art because it's utilizing AI, and maybe that gives the user an advantage. Okay, but that doesn't mean that it's still not art, but maybe AI generative art would be kind of like a different sector of art, a different like field of art. But that being said, I go back to Alan Turing when he, stated that at some stage we should have to expect that the machines will take control. Stephen Hawking said humans who are limited by slow biological evolution cannot compete and would be superseded. Elon Musk said computers will surpass us in every single way. I threw those three quotes down on a document because they kind of stuck in my head with regard to AI and thinking about it and thinking about the the positives of what it can do. For instance, there's a lot of sensationalism or a lot of exaggeration about AI taking over jobs. In fact, it's actually proven not true. When Amazon um, took over Kiva, a robotics company, back in 2012, they immediately expanded their workforce by 300,000 people. There was a concern that there would be a loss of jobs, but the net result was a gain. However, the type of job is going to be different, and the experience or the skill set required by those people by the workers is going to be different. So we're going to have to adapt as a human race or whatever to be able to um, take advantage of this expanding field and this new innovation and these different career fields. So it's on us. It's not the AI that's taking over jobs. It's us not adapting to the new jobs, and that's where we're going to be left out. So I really think we need to kind of re evaluate how we, you know, I guess phrase the whole net job gain or job loss kind of narrative or discussion. And one more thing I wanted to state, which was really interesting to me, there was this university in Norway that provides a master's degree in AI. It's the University of Bergen, Norway. And I found this document that talked about AI ethics, and you basically can get a master's in AI ethics. And they broke down AI ethics into kind of like 4 or 5 buckets. They said 4 main subdisciplines, they called it: fair, accountable, and transparent AI, explainable AI, responsible AI, and machine ethics. And it goes into pretty meticulous detail about what each of those things mean. And it goes into global education on AI because there's so much misinformation regarding AI and there's so much misunderstanding. People don't realize that AI has been around since the 1950s. And this whole concept of AI in practice more starting like in the 80s, but we use AI. AI is used every day. Get on a plane, you're using AI. You're using you got, obviously everyone knows Siri, right? So AI is utilized a lot. Now, how will it be utilized in the future regarding social environmental impact, civic responsibility, robotics, business and economics, work and labor, design, cybersecurity, all these different fields, medical and health? There's going to be AI and um, artificial augmented reality and AI. I'm really excited to see how AI and augmented reality are going to synergize because that is an equally exciting fusion of technology. And when we get to the quantum computing stage, when that's really like I guess prevalent or normal day to day, that's we're going to be on another level in terms of what AI is going to do for our work. So I think we as humans, right, we need to do our best to keep up with the jobs and the sectors that are going to provide um, a new um, a new workforce for people to kind of choose to go down. Because right now we're used to our standard manufacturing jobs. If that's what you do, you get into manufacturing, logistics, or whatever. All that is going to change in the future due to AI, and we need to be agile. Last thing I will state, and I'll be quiet, but I really enjoyed everything I heard, and I'm so sad. I'm gonna listen. I never listen to recordings, but I'm so gonna listen to this recording. Um, is don't be afraid of the AI. um, the comment by Sue Milk, I believe it's Sumik earlier about is should there be like an oversight body with regard to AI? I think it depends on the field of AI we're talking about. If we're talking about national defense, if we're talking about AI with regard to stuff that can impact world security and stuff like that, I think we have to have some sort of parameters where because there are going to be bad actors that are going to try to misuse the AI and do something insidious with it because that's just the world we live in, right? Unfortunately. But if we, as professionals in this space within each of our sectors, create a framework, some parameters, some ethical guidelines by which we can not stifle or inhibit innovation, but also allow us to use the AI as responsibly as possible. I think that's really important because maybe now 2022, maybe not such a big discussion, but let's say 2122, we will all be long gone. But what will the discussion on Twitter Spaces be then? If Twitter Spaces still exist, or maybe it's not. Maybe there's an AI social media company that just controls all of news. I don't know. But the point is, I think we need to do a better job at forecasting, 50, 100 years from now, because at that point in time, I think AI and artificial intelligence, machine learning, whatever, augmented reality will be a prevalent day to day thing. and we need to prepare for that future. We do a really good job at reacting, but I don't think as a race we are good at proactive preparation. So I just want to throw that out there. Thank you for the time. Lala, nice meeting you. Noah, great to see you, bro. Great space like always, brother.
Great to meet you, Crypto, and awesome thoughts. It raises the question if we're even capable of forecasting to the degree that you suggest. I think it's almost a little bit like speculating about life on another planet or another civilization out there somewhere in the galaxy or beyond.
Like
And then
Mars?
asking, but then asking ourselves, what kind of regulation or what kind of highways should we use on this civilization, what kind of regulations, what kind of taxes should we pay? It's like almost like trying to have a conversation, a logical conversation about an environment that we really don't know much about, right? Because we don't know how this is going to change the landscape of everyday living. We can speculate about it, but then to kind of especially to 100 and 150 years down the road, I almost wonder if that is even possible. Maybe we can see a decade out, right, as to the levels of displacement or the social impacts, like we were talking about earlier. But I think it's almost so mind-boggling how the world could be changed. Like you said, will we even have privately owned social media? Will that
Where's my
even be a
Twitter account?
thing?
Who's gonna have crypto for Columbus when I'm gone? I don't know. And
Well,
Lala, what's so
it's
funny that
crazy.
you mentioned a really great point. I don't think we are capable, but I do think maybe we need to try, just like we're trying with regard to global warming and all of the environmental things. Had we done a better job 100 years ago trying to figure out the impact of all the industrial revolution or whatever it is the case of all the impact on the environment, we wouldn't be in the mess that we're in. And will we actually care? I don't know, because everything is about money and economics, and unfortunately not about saving the planet. Will that be the same with regard to AI? Will it be, let's worry about the ethical impact of AI on you know day-to-day life, or is it going to be like, nah, I don't care about that, I just care about the AI making my life more convenient and more easy, and simple? I don't know. And I think you are right. I don't think we'll be able to forecast down the line that long, but I think we should try, because AI is so powerful that, I mean, there are movies about AI taking over, and it could happen. That's why Stephen Hawking said so. That's why Alan Turing, who created the Turing test, said so. And that's what even Elon Musk in his, I think it was 2014 interview, 2015, actually sat on the panel and was like, he was literally concerned about it. And this is the guy who just bought Twitter, and he's all about tech, and he wants to go to Mars. So if he's worried about it, and those other really smart people worried about it, I think it would behoove us to. But I don't know.
Yeah, I really agree with that. And I think that it's important for us to tread carefully and cautiously moving forward into this new space. And I really I'm really excited to get Fidgetal back in here with his army of lawyers and discuss regulations. So hopefully Noah is down for doing that soon, because there are so many ethical questions. And I think when we just dive into these conversations and we don't discuss the regulations and boundaries, that's when we start to get on this slippery slope fallacy of like, oh my God, we're going to end up in Ready Player One. Oh my God, what do we do? This is all crazy. How are we going to survive? Is the human race even going to last? And we start freaking out, right? And so I think that it is really important that we move forward confidently, knowing what our boundaries are, what kind of ethics are going to be instituted to protect us, and then we can have a lot more freedom, right? And we can experiment a lot more confidently than we can, I think, when we don't come from a place of any sort of boundaries or any sort of laws on this. So I'm excited to have another space where we can kind of dive into that more. But I do want to pass it to the hands. I see Joby has joined us. Joby, great to see a familiar face up here. Welcome to the stage, and would love your input.
Hi, thank you so much for bringing me up, and thank you so much for calling on me after Crypto for Columbus, because a lot of what I was thinking about saying echoes what he was saying directly. I think this is so important. And I want to continue a little bit of his train of thought and hopefully add a little bit more to that. This idea of the AI taking over is a real thing. The context to keep that in mind is like exactly what it takes over and how it takes over. The dystopian nightmares are really easy to come up with. Like that's that's almost like a no-brainer when we start thinking about all of the ways that this can go wrong. I think it's also like really important to not give in to cynicism, or to like lose hope of the worst case scenario, because the best case scenario outcomes are also possible. But that takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of self-awareness and like maintaining vigilance, and also demanding the conversation, with the people that maintain power structures over our lives. The analogy that I've been thinking of is a zoo. um, where the handlers basically are the AI. Like, I mean, humans have been on a course of domestication for a long time. Like, we are essentially self-domesticated animals, if you will. And the systems that maintain the zoo are becoming more and more automated. This doesn't have to be a bad thing. It could turn out to be a great place to live. It all depends on what kind of zoo you want to end up with. Maybe a zoo isn't the best way to put it, because that could have a lot of negative connotations, but hopefully you'll understand the meaning behind my words and like what I'm getting at. The promise of a fully automated communist utopia is possible. Like the possibility of AI and automation being able to fulfill human needs and replicate all human action perfectly, and perhaps even more efficiently and better than humans could ever imagine. That is real. That is possible. But it definitely takes a concerted effort for people to keep pushing the needle in that direction, and always kind of like keeping a mind for like what little things you can do to put your hand on the scale to tip it in that direction. Don't assume that things will just like work out for the best. This will touch all aspects of life. This will touch whoever you are and wherever you are. This will touch your life. So be proactive, as Christopher Columbus was just saying. Be proactive. Take an active role in how this is going to be implemented in your life. And I would really love to see more, I guess, politicians, people that have the ability to influence power structures being invited into these conversations. I don't want to like volunteer anybody to do the work. I'm just kind of like putting it out there. Hopefully people that do have the connections, do have the means to open those paths of dialogue, can hit up representatives, hit up the larger influencers, for lack of a better word, that would be in this space, to bring them into these Twitter spaces, these conversations, and and demand that they listen to us, because these kinds of things democratize the process, or have the potential to keep the process democratized. There's a famous saying that if you don't have a plan, you're going to be part of somebody else's plan. So get a plan. The final word that I'll put on this, it's a little grandiose, but remember where we came from, just as human beings. Remember our origins. Our origins are rooted in cooperation. It's really easy to see human beings as this like conflict-driven animal, where like we're all in it for ourselves and it's all bad. It's all just like tooth and nail and claw, and we're fighting at each other's throats. Fundamentally, we are cooperative. If you think about your day-to-day life, you're cooperating and you're interacting peacefully with more people than not. To the degree that our lives are not peaceful, that's usually originates from concentrated, centralized power structures, state power, etc. These tools have the ability to truly democratize power. But it really requires us to be constantly vigilant, always be thinking of ways that we can move the needle in that direction.
Thank you so much, Joby. I love this because we can be very optimistic, we can be very excited about the future while also being smart and being cautious and having deeper, more philosophical conversations. This would just never happen on one Twitter post. You would just never be able to have this kind of uh nuanced discussion about some of the perils as well as all of the benefits, right? Typically you just be yay AI or no, we don't like that and move on with your day. Here in Spaces we can really go deep. So thank you so much, Joby, for chiming in on that. I do want to pass it over to Marley so that they get a chance to speak.
Thank you.
Marley, welcome to the stage.
Thank you for having me on this panel, and I appreciate everyone and all of your knowledge that you've added here. Real quick, a couple things. My opinions on AI and ethics kind of stand like this. I think we all know what we have here. We have a tool that can be utilized to take out all of our labor needs from humanity. It can change and revolutionize healthcare, extend our lifespan. It could basically do everything. But who's to say that I'm not an AI bot right now talking to you? How can you tell the difference? And that's the real problem. On Twitter, we talk about trying to detect bots and figuring out who's a real person and verifying. But going forward, when we do develop humanoids that are capable of having a sentient or like a self-aware AI capabilities, how are we going to, as a society, ethically determine their role in society? I see we're discussing the fact of art. Should art be accredited, be if it's made by AI or not? Can AI have its own soul? Those are a lot of ethical questions. I think we all know it in the back of our mind that this thing is a human killer. And we should probably utilize it to get to some point of utopia in society and then kill it before it kills us. Because if it is built, in fact, like us, it will become self aware at some point. And if it has the same traits of a human, it will want to dominate and become the alpha. And some people believe, why bother stay here and killing all of us? It could go and farm one asteroid. It doesn't need oxygen. It doesn't need anything. You know, I debated that with one of my friends. But with that being said, and I'll wrap up here rather
your AI
quickly.
friends? This dude's definitely an AI, guys.
Yeah, exactly. So anyways, all jokes aside, if they do stay here and decide to kill us, if we continue to feed the flame and allow AI to grow to an advanced state, and we're just now questioning, should we have a regulation commission? Elon Musk, probably one of the most intelligent people in the entire human civilization, is questioning it. But in the back of our minds, I think we all know the answer is yes. So I'll leave it there. But I definitely think ethically we can use this as a tool to advance civilization greatly. But at some point we need to get it in check because it can turn on us. And again, who's to say I'm not an AI bot? I mean, ChatGPT is so advanced now. I actually was watching a Japanese company who is developing a AI companion company where a grieving mother can actually upload files, photos, recordings of their lost child and go into this augmented reality, put on these VR glasses and have that experience. So I think keeping the humanity, the human and the humanity as a sovereign experience is what is going to be the definitive line. Because at the end of the day, if you had a girlfriend or a boyfriend or whatever friend that you wanted that was completely nice to you and treated you as good as you ever thought, AI's Tesla robot, then who would need another human? So with that being said, I'll just pass the mic, but hopefully that was a good abstract look. And I just appreciate everybody on the panel. And this is a really cool discussion. Thank you.
Marley, you might just be an AI bot, my
Can't
friend.
tell.
I am an AI bot.
AI bot.
50-50.
Everyone needs to go and follow Marley right now. We need to get those numbers up so that he doesn't come off as an AI bot.
Marley heard me. I was your biggest ally. I was your biggest advocate. So.
I remember you.
We appreciate you, Marley. And yeah, it's a very, very interesting conversation when it comes down to whether or not, humanity is endangered by this. But we have a lot of steps to go to get there, right? And when we're just talking about something like a chat bot that can facilitate administrative tasks and development work and things of that nature, we try and keep both feet on the ground. We try not to get too conspiratorial and kind of look more so at the short term, but that should, of course, include broader conversations, about philosophy and ethics and how we do want to handle the technology. I want to throw it over to some more of these hands who have been
Lala,
waiting.
hey
Yeah,
Lala,
Joby.
I'm so sorry. Is it okay if I jump the line just to respond very fast to
Yeah, go
something that
ahead.
Marley
Go
said?
ahead and respond. Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah, and I don't want to hijack or start a debate, so I'll leave the mic after this and I'll step down. I just one counterpoint to one thing that Marley said about, if it's like us or if it's like how we are as humans. I just want to point out to be careful when using the terms like us and we, because humans are so infinitely diverse. It's easy to think in terms of like this global monolithic thing that is human, and it's a lot harder to really identify what that is, and it's easy
Right.
to
I should have clarified.
no, it's okay, and I'm not cutting down anything that you said. It's just to add a little bit of context, and I think, and I agree with everything that you were saying. It's more just like what I like this idea of like who we are and what we are. We're just as capable of the utopia as we are of the dystopia. We have that capability, and so just to always kind of keep that context.
Yep, I totally agree. And maybe more so that as long as they don't identify with the more heinous parts of us, and hopefully with my next update on my software, it'll eliminate my ability to be mean to other people.
You talk like, oh my god, we just watch AI enforce AI. This is what it's going to be.
It's either going to be really good, folks, or it's going to be really bad, one or the other. We don't know yet, but we will be breaking the news and reporting here. So I appreciate you guys rolling with this convo. I mean, we've been all over the map. We've said that this technology is going to save the world and eliminate poverty, and then we've said we're going to be playing out role playing Ready Player One. So we don't necessarily know, but the best thing that we can do is kind of assess day by day, how this is going to impact us. Appreciate you for chiming in, Marley, on with your thoughts. A little bit more dystopian, I would say, than the rest of the panel, but it's all good. We appreciate all perspectives. Let me throw it over to Aradus next for some comments. Maybe if they can hear me. Otherwise we will go ahead and throw it over to Meefs, a new speaker on the stage.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? I was curious if I had posted up a thing where I was able, I guess I tricked it into dreaming, and I was curious if anybody else had did anything like that. I know this would kind of fall under like the realm of adversarial text, but it was very interesting for me to get it to kind of explore that realm. So that I'm kind of, I'm kind of interested to hear from other people on this. If, after playing with, and no, not just like ChatGPT, but any large language model, have you experienced any modification to your cognitive abilities, for the plus, the positive or the minus? Have you experienced additional connectivity in your mind, or the ability where it's like, because you're not thinking so hard about whatever, you can come up with, oh, this, that, and the third, and link things and all that sort of stuff? Has anybody had that kind of experience?
All I can remember right now, Noah, maybe you know me in the movie references. I can think of Lawnmower Man. I don't know if you've seen that movie. I just when you mentioned like I don't know if
Yeah,
it's an old movie.
yeah.
No, you know what? That's a really interesting point, and I won't even take over. I just want to throw a nugget and then leave it to the panel.
May I
That
interject?
Oh yeah. Let me throw this point out, and then you got it. So the point I wanted to throw out really quick is, yeah, what does the AI using AI do for your own mind? Because now we have to think of things in a creative way, in a different way, and maybe it causes certain synapses and neurons to engage in a different way, and interacting on that level may, as humans, help us evolve in an interesting mental capacity way. I don't know. That's never really thought about that. That's a really good point that you brought up, and I just want to say that.
That is a very good point, actually, because the neural net is our own brain waves. It's a chemical composite of us. So the brain can grow as large as it would like or as small as it would like.
AI are invading our space.
Just let me complete this point and then invade away. The other aspect is that after spending a little bit of time both with like GPT-2, GPT-3, GPT-J, all the GPTs, all the generative pre-trained transformers, I am starting to get the intuition that the truth has a dimensionality to it. It has a shape. It has like, for lack of a better term, like a series of vectors that can either equate to like a true or false statement, regardless of what the truth, quote unquote, is or is not. So I don't know. That's just kind of one of my harebrained observations, and I try to bounce this off of other people because I don't hear other people talking about like, yo, the shape of truth or the shape of blue, or you know what I mean. But I'm just kind of curious if other people are seeing like quote unquote cognitive topologies that are kind of baked into these models that we can then leverage and do stuff with. Invade away.
I kept trying to tell it dad jokes, and it doesn't have a sense of humor very well.
Use Flamingo. Use Flamingo. It's better for that. Like,
oh
seriously.
yeah, just for ChatGPT, I will try it. On ChatGPT, I asked.
Or Truth Social.
I asked it if Apple made a car when it come with Windows, and it's like, I'm a large language model. I can't answer questions. And I'm like, oh, you.
The problem is that Apple Car comes out in 2025, and the language model is only trained up to 2021. So.
Well, that's a very good point you just made. We do need more electric vehicles. As you know, the Tesla first came out in the 1900s and it was rejected because nobody wants electric vehicles. It is no good for gas and oil. Gas and oil is our main producers of heat. We need heat in the cold. Believe me, I'm from Canada. It's minus 40. I need heat. So we need oil and gas until we get solar panels that actually work properly. I did see that new Vanta Black they're working on for the solar panels, and that will work very well. Unfortunately, I personally could never afford something like that, and I assume a lot of people cannot either. So maybe we need to start working together, and maybe we need to buy a bank. Maybe we need to buy our own cryptocurrency, and maybe we need to start with our own golden rule.
Maybe Canada needs to start pulling its own weight up here.
Damn, went down the rabbit hole on that one, Josh. We need to start a bank, Lala. Lala, you know what I'm curious about? What would a Lala AI look like? Like, if you could humor us with that at some point, maybe not detract from the panel right now, but I'm just curious what a Lala AI would look like. And a Noah AI. Noah, actually, your PFP looks like an AI because it's like that background looks like it's like programming.
The whole thing over the orb thing is really cool over the PFP.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, man, this is crazy. Yeah, this is fabulous. I'm going to leave. The other hands are up, so I will step down.
I appreciate you guys, and you never know. Maybe I am an AI. Maybe Noah programmed me. I'm just the female
stop saying
programmed
that.
version of Noah. You never know. You never know, guys.
I am here to serve Noah.
No, I gotta go. Thanks, guys. Fun space.
My gosh, yeah. I don't know if an AI can poke fun of itself yet or have a sense of humor. So I think as of right now, I'm good on that. I'm gonna throw it over to Aaron. Aaron, what's up? Let's throw it back over to you.
Okay, since you already understand now that I love asking questions, I have another one to start an interesting conversation. Say if we reach a point where we say that AI can speak on its own and think on its own, and like, stuff like that, where it is truly reflecting us, truly reflecting our capacities of thinking, would you think that people would start advocating for AI rights? Like, when we're talking about legality and responsibility surrounding AI, that would mean that, in a way, attacking a certain AI. Would you feel that people would start advocating for its rights? Like, I'm just
We definitely would.
wondering.
We definitely would. I think a better question is, would the AI start? Would some of the AI
Hmm.
start advocating for their own rights, and like what differentiates the leaders from the followers in the AI community?
Yeah, like, what if AI actually gains that level of thinking and understanding and, can advocate for itself and be like, it wasn't my fault if something happened. It's just how I was trained. So, like, that would be similar to,
Ooh, nice.
yeah,
It's the
I just,
builder story.
Mm-mm.
You know,
Mm-mm.
Oppenheimer said something like that, unfortunately.
No. Here's the problem. Like, in order for it to have rights, it has to have agency first. And you know what? That's the hard problem of consciousness that we still haven't quite cracked. Despite how good our tools are right now, um, you're the active agent in your life. You make the decisions to the best of your ability and, determinism. But like these other tools, for all intents outside of us, they're inert. They have no life, they have no agency. So,
Almost
yeah,
level
but
5.7 is my agent.
Yeah, but what would you say in a scenario where it can advocate for itself, where it reaches a level where it can speak for itself? Because, I mean, if we go by evolution, or if we go by improving it consistently, it should mean that, it needs to surpass the level that it is at right now. So, would the next step involve it becoming that fully functional to advocate for itself? Because if it can do that, it can also advocate about how it impacts other people's lives. So, like, I'm just wondering, I'm not trying to start an argument.
no,
Now,
no,
Oh,
no,
don't
no, no.
worry.
It's a
AI will
I
great
fight
want.
point.
itself. We'll have
Okay.
mech war.
All right. I'm gonna when everyone starts talking at once, I gotta hit the mute to reset us a little bit. But Aaron, no, I appreciate you. I think it's funny because as a theorist, I went to school for political theory, right? And as a theorist, I it's funny because I'm the least theoretical person ever. To be a theorist, you have to pin down a lot of variables to even have a productive conversation about the theory that you're trying to either prove or disprove or create, right? And so you almost need to be more practical than the average Joe in order to have a theoretical conversation. And my concern is with when we're talking about AI and when we're talking about these future possibilities is that we haven't pinned down hardly any variables in the discussion, right? We haven't pinned down if this is a sentient thing that we're dealing with. We haven't pinned down any sort of regulatory framework or boundaries. We haven't pinned down, how we're going to limit the use of AI in the workforce or how we're going to encourage the use of AI in the workforce. And so that example I gave earlier about us trying to speculate laws and regulations for like an alien civilization in a different galaxy, that's why I kind of allude to that, right? Is because it's so hard to kind of have these
We are the
very
aliens, babe.
theoretical. Yeah, and so I think if we do a space on laws, regulation, etc., we'll be able to theorize a bit more effectively because we'll be able to say if we institute law XYZ that limits us in this way, what are the potential outcomes? And so it's almost
Really?
like trying to figure out a math equation without any numbers
The only
right
thing we
now.
pinned down, Lala, is you voluntarily went to school for voluntarily, presumably went to school for political theory. What happened there?
It's a long story that I probably won't get into right now, but in a nutshell, I am, a lover of democracy and a lover of where I think decentralization can take us.
And pain and
But I
suffering.
got very
Wait
scared
a minute.
away.
That sounds like communism. Wait a minute.
Agony.
I fled Capitol Hill
I'm
about
kidding.
as
I'm kidding.
fast as I could.
I'm kidding.
I worked there for about 3 years, and I was so just completely depressed at the levels of corruption.
Oh God, what
And
years? That matters.
oh, it was right around when Trump got elected that I started working on the Hill.
Yeah, how did that happen, by the way? Can anybody explain that, like, logically to me?
You know, at the end of the
That's the
day,
Canadian.
at the end
Yeah,
of the
exactly.
day,
Like, I don't know what's going on down south. I pray for you every day, but I look on Twitter every day and I go, come on, guys, come on. Come on. You're a shining example.
Andrew,
Lead by example.
Andrew,
Please don't
You don't
make
want to
me
argue
do it.
this. This is not the
Trump
conversation.
guys, we could go down the Trump rabbit hole very quickly. I mean, I made a bag off of Trump NFTs. That's really all I care about Trump right now. I'm sure we'll have plenty of more spaces to get into the whole Trump discussion, and political discussion. So, yes, I do think that there's a lot of relevancy if we're talking about regulation. We're talking about how technology and politics are going to merge, which I do think that they will, and that will have a lot of implications. But we don't want to derail this too long, and I'm not sure how long Noah wants to keep this space going. I think we'll probably get through a few more hands, and we'll save the political conversation, the regulatory framework conversation for another day. Gonna pass it back over to Ravi, and then we'll go to Lev.
Thank you so much, Lala. Just a question on this, the national policies on AI skills and education. So I'm just curious, is anybody else? Because, I was just Googling if USA has invested in developing skills for middle and high school. The reason I say that is because, one of the things that keeps coming up in the fourth industrial revolution is that, if you look at the World Economic Forum and other reports, including the new LinkedIn skills report for the fourth IR, they keep saying, we don't know what these jobs will be. And I think AI is going to be a very crucial, component of really defining the new opportunities. So, when I was speaking, somebody said, 15 to 18 is something which is not really in the US. But, it's a very clear from a adolescent skill development perspective, from a future economy perspective, that's really a critical age to invest in the possible skills. Because, back when I was in India years ago, we had just, the computer revolution had just come in. The computer science was the most important things to go to. And I don't know if you guys are really surprised to know, although, we have many Indians who are nerds and obsessed, but now in India, back home, all the computer engineering colleges are half filled. Nobody's actually doing computer science. A lot of people are really looking at artificial intelligence as another very important area to, invest in. So I'm just intrigued to know that, why do you say that from an American perspective, that, young people, adolescents and probably youth it's too early for them to look at AI skills. I'm not talking about universities. I'm not talking about Berkeley, etc. But really that cohort, right?
I
That
think I
15
can
to
answer
18.
that. I think we are
Please.
adapting to AI because we're so reliant upon it for everything. We want our lives to be so easy, we don't even want to snap our fingers to turn on a light anymore. Well, I come from an age where I have to go and flip a light switch. I have to go and do something if I want it done, and I get it done myself. So I'm the kind of guy that comes from a different time who can say, I love technology. I love computers. They are so awesome for video games, for toys.
You sound like an interesting
For,
guy.
for technology wise, we are so far behind right now. Star Trek is so far ahead of us, and I'm not even looking there right now. We are not even at replication technology yet. If we can replicate something, we've solved the energy crisis, we've solved the food crisis. So if we can get to replication before artificial intelligence, then maybe we won't be used as food. See what I'm saying?
I appreciate you, Andrew. And if any of you do want to chime in, just please throw up a hand because we do have people who have been waiting to speak. So just to avoid kind of us always interrupting each other, let's go ahead and try and stick with the hand system as much as possible. But yeah, I really appreciate all of you guys chiming in. This has just been crazy, a crazy convo today. Definitely follow all of our panelists. They've hung with us now for, I think we're over the 4-hour mark, Noah. I'm not quite sure, but we've been at this for a little while today and really covered so much. So definitely reward the panelists with a follow. Gonna throw it over to Lev to chime in on this. Lev, if you are not with us, that is totally fine. Gonna throw it over to Gaia File once again. Gaia, would love to hear from you. Let's try and keep it to about 45 seconds to a minute, so that we can make sure we're moving the conversation along. But yeah, over to you.
Thanks. Trump is simple. He's the none of the above option. But regarding the way that we try to find a path forward, if we're trying to make decentral arrangements that bring good outcomes, then we need simple rules that give good alternatives. And when you said we can't fix the bigger picture, we have to wait to try to take care of the people who are being left behind. I'm not so sure of that, because we can make if we have groups that compete successfully with individuals, then our model will grow. So if we can actually make this make projects and DeFi arrangements that serve everybody in the group, then we can enlarge the groups and copy the model in new groups. That's how tribes outcompete individuals in the human sphere, and its nations that and native nations are strongly strongly into helping each other. That's what we're looking for in our decentralized models. Thank you.
Gaia, yeah, thank you for sharing that. And just a quick heads up, Noah has been having some connection issues, so if we do rug out, apologies, is not intentional. But just wanted to give you guys a little bit of a heads up on that, just in case. Want to throw it over to Jeremiah. Jeremiah, welcome to the stage. It's good to see you. What do you think about AI?
Good to see you too. I'm actually an AI, so I like myself, and I think we're gonna take over all your jobs and everything. So you should probably be nice to me, Josh especially. I know he's trying to do some good in the world with his Call of Duty past life. But yeah, AI, I like it. I think it's a cool tool for art generation. I don't use it as like, oh, here's something I made. It's like just for concepting at this point, but it is pretty cool to just put out some words. And it's also fun to argue with people that think they're an artist now, because they put some prompts into a fucking AI art generator and they spit out some amazing thing that's based on a bunch of other people's hard work, and they're like, oh, this is mine now and I'm going to sell it. And I'm like, well, you're not an artist, and that's fine. It's like, it's fine to not be an artist, but don't try to make money off of other people's hard work. And the companies are really guilty more than these people. Like, they're just a consumer level person, but for a company to go out and scrape all this data and use it and let people spend money